Chapter 32:51. The various tribes asked. Hearing Ning Chi's words, they already knew what Ning Chi wanted to do. Slay the dragons. Great Wilderness Queen actually wants to start a war with the dragon tribe. If the Dragon Lord of North Een is no match for the Great Wilderness Queen, then perhaps the dragon tribe will be in danger this time. Don't tell me that the Great Desolate King is so bold? The three sacred tribes all have the support of the Shunluo realm. If the dragon tribe is destroyed, I'm afraid that a powerful being from the Shunluo realm will descend. I heard that although the sacred race has the support of the divine Luo world, the truth is that there is very little contact between the two sides. It is even extremely difficult for the existences from the divine Luo world to descend into the divine Luo mystic realm. I have a good friend who is a prodigy of the three-eyed race. He once told me that even a single elixir or treasure would require many times more resources than these elixirs and treasures. The Dragon Lord of North Een looked at Ning Chi with an uncertain expression. Human Great Wilderness Queen, what do you want? Do you want me, the leader of the dragon tribe, to kneel and apologize to you? Dragon Lord, we have nothing to fear in a war with the humans. Do not disgrace the dragon tribe. The other dragons immediately said angrily. If the Dragon Lord of North Een really knelt and apologized to Ning Chi, then where would the dragon tribe hide their faces? To them, the current situation was not completely hopeless. Although the Sky Bull Sage had been defeated, he was a newly ascended perfected Tao querying cultivator. How could he be compared to the Dragon Lord of North Een? Kneel and apologize? Ning Chi's eyes flashed with amusement. Your knees are worthless. There were many Tao querying cultivators in the dragon tribe, and they were all merit points. Ning Chi would not give them a chance to kneel and apologize. With a thought, the Fire Qilin pulled out the flaming immortal palace and attacked the Dragon Lord of North Een. The Dragon Lord of North Een did not speak. His expression was extremely solemn as he growled, 10,000 life dragon palace, suppress the heavens. Boom. An immortal palace that was several times larger than the celestial bull great sages appeared behind the Dragon Lord of the North. A dragon's roar seemed to come from within, and the illusory images of giant dragons broke through the air and entered the Dragon Lord of the North's body. This was the power of the immortal palace that had been refined to the extreme. It had already taken form. Go to hell. A cold glint flashed across the Dragon Lord of the North's eyes. So what if your immortal palace is of a higher grade than mine? I've refined my immortal palace for many years. How can I lose to a junior like you? The terrifying power of the immortal palace surged endlessly within the Dragon Lord of the North's body. In that instant, he transformed into his true dragon form, which was hundreds of kilometers long and blotted out the sky. A sense of undefeatable fear rose in the hearts of all the cultivators present. The heavenly Tao is clear, reincarnation fire. A sea of fire suddenly rushed out of the flame fairy palace. The terrifying temperature caused the air within a radius of tens of thousands of miles to become incomparably dry. A new skill? A hint of curiosity flashed in Ning Chi's eyes. The flames that swept out from the Flame Fairy Palace were slightly different from the flames on the Fire Qilin's body. They seemed to have an inexplicable and terrifying aura. Ning Chi had smelled this aura on King Qinguang before. Boom! The terrifying sea of flames immediately surrounded the Dragon Lord of the North. The power of the immortal palace within his body continued to resist, keeping the sea of flames at bay. However, everyone could see that the dragon scales of the Dragon Lord of the North were slowly turning red, just like heated iron. Damn it! What kind of fire is this? A hint of panic flashed in the Dragon Lord of the North's eyes. Although he had kept the reincarnation fire at bay, his scales were still being melted by the terrifying temperature. However, this was nothing. Most importantly, he could faintly sense that the flames had actually caused some damage to the primordial spirit he had placed within the immortal palace. Damage? What kind of fire is this? How can it pass through so many obstacles and harm the primordial spirit I've placed within the immortal palace? This cannot go on. The Dragon Lord of the North glared fiercely at Ningqi, then looked at the flame fairy palace behind the fire Qilin, which was surrounded by the sea of flames. A hint of unwillingness flashed in his eyes. In the next moment, the immortal palace behind him suddenly disappeared, just like what the great sage of the Sky Bull had done previously. The immortal palace had disappeared, and so did the mighty power of the immortal palace. The Dragon Lord of the North's physical body could no longer keep the terrifying reincarnation fire at bay and was instantly burned to ashes. The Dragon Lord of the North is also dead? Everyone was dumbfounded. Still not dead. Ningqi sighed in his heart and immediately said to the fire Qilin, "Don't let the rest of the dragon tribe go. Kill them all." The fire Qilin nodded slightly, and his attacks immediately landed on the proud Wind Dragon King and the others. They were still immersed in the shock of the Dragon Lord of the North's defeat. By the time they reacted, it was already too late. "Great Wilderness King, you will die a horrible death. Arg!" With a few venomous roars, the Tao-querying dragons that the Dragon Lord of the North had brought with him this time were all killed. Ding! Congratulations to host for killing a middle-stage Tao-querying realm dragon. 200 million merit points obtained. Ding! Congratulations to host. The system's notifications rang out continuously. Ningqi's merit points instantly broke the 35 billion mark. It was enough to buy 7 Immortal Palace elixirs. At the same time, the Golden Raven Demonic Lord and the Three-Eyed Master God seemed to have come to an end. The restrictions disappeared, and the two figures suddenly appeared in mid-air. On the surface, both of them seemed to be uninjured. However, upon closer inspection, one could see that the Three-Eyed Master God's complexion was slightly weaker than the Golden Raven Demonic Lord's. The two of them had been watching everything that had happened outside. The only reason why the victor had been decided so quickly this time was because the Three-Eyed Master God had voluntarily given up. "I've received a favor from the Dragon Lord of the North. This time, in order to return the favor, the Three-Eyed race will not interfere in the future. Please forgive us." The Three-Eyed Master God cupped his fists at Ningqi. After multitasking earlier and witnessing the terror of the fire Qilin, he was already treating Ningqi as a peer. To think that the Dragon Lord of the North would actually lose. The Golden Raven Demonic Lord sighed, then smiled at Ningqi. Three-Eyed had no choice. "Great Wilderness King, why don't you let him go? In that case, you owe me a favor." Ningqi looked at the Three-Eyed Master God calmly. The Three-Eyed Master God was slightly taken aback. He looked at Ningqi deeply, then nodded and turned around, disappearing before everyone's eyes. At this point, only the Golden Raven Demonic Lord and the Fire Qilin were left among the perfected Tao-querying realm cultivators present. The dragon tribe had completely lost this time. "Fellow Taoist Sun Luo, I remember what you asked me just now? Oh, that's right. You asked me if I regret it. You were referring to the matter of me letting you go previously, right? I can answer you now." Ningqi looked at Sun Luo and smiled. Sun Luo's face was incomparably pale. His heart was filled with regret. He had never expected that he would actually lose in a matter that should have been in the bag. "Of course I don't regret it. After all, don't you still have to die now?" Ningqi laughed. Chapter 3252. With Lin Longhu as an example, the rest of the Tao-seeking cultivators hesitated for a moment before kneeling down. Only Sun Luo remained standing. That's the sacred leader of the Heavenly Eagle dynasty. He used to target our Saint Virtue dynasty, but now he's shamelessly kneeling before the Great Wilderness King and begging for mercy. Fate is really messing with people. Isn't that so? And that Lin Longhu, he actually defected to the Heavenly Bull tribe when the human race was on the brink of extinction. He's a traitor to the human race. The Tao-seeking cultivators who had betrayed the human race continuously heard the words of the human cultivators below. They were ashamed and angry, but did not dare to rebuke them. They all looked at Ningqi cautiously. Ningqi sat on the fire Qilin like a god of war engulfed in flames. The heavenly bull sage and the northern Yin dragon had been defeated one after another. In their eyes, Ningqi and the fire Qilin were like devils. "Get up, he won't let us go. It's better to die standing than kneeling to death." Sun Luo took a deep breath and said, You can all live, but betraying the human race and defecting to the enemy will not escape punishment. Go down and await your punishment." Ningqi suddenly pointed at a few people. Seeing this, a trace of pleasant surprise appeared in the eyes of the human cultivators, and they hurriedly soared into the sky and left the ferry boat that Sun Luo and the others were on. Lin Longhu stared blankly at Ningqi. "What about him? The rest of you, let's go together." Ningqi smiled. "Great Wilderness King, is there any room for negotiation? No matter what, you and I are both humans." Sun Luo suddenly spoke. The eyes of the human cultivators flickered with disdain. They did not expect the master of the Sun Luo sacred ground to be such a coward. Ningqi glanced at him indifferently. Seeing this, the fire Qilin directly burned the entire ferry boat to ashes. At this point, all the cultivators of the Dragon Clan and the Heavenly Bull Clan who came this time were dead. Kill. Suddenly, a series of angry roars came from all directions, accompanied by bursts of lightning. The cultivators of the Thunder Lizard tribe were stepping on lightning bolts as they tore through the sky. The Thunder Lizard tribe has guts to still dare to attack at this point. Are they that loyal? Seeing this, the various races subconsciously looked at Lei Yunzi with admiration in their eyes. "I'll kill you! You idiots!" Lei Yunzi couldn't help but roar. He soared into the sky and turned into a bolt of lightning, rushing towards the group of Thunder Lizard Clan cultivators. His speed was so fast that the leading Thunder Lizard Clan cultivators were all stunned by his slap. "What's wrong? Didn't they say that they would kill their way into the human race at this time? Could it be that our clan's most precious treasure, the Thunderball aura, has already been obtained?" The leaders of the Thunder Lizard Clan stared at Lei Yunzi, dumbfounded. In the eyes of the crowd, this scene was simply like a circus. Even the Dragon Lord of North Yin was defeated. "Are you here to court death? How could my clan have a bunch of idiots like you? Damn it!" Lei Yunzi couldn't help but curse. When the clansmen heard this, they subconsciously sized up the current situation, and then a trace of disbelief surged into their eyes. The dragon race really didn't exist. Did the Dragon Clan really lose? "Since you're here, don't leave." Ningqi smiled at Lei Yunzi. Lei Yunzi was so scared that his face turned green. He hurriedly cupped his hands and said, "It's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding." Boom! The rolling sea of fire covered the sky and covered the earth. Lei Yunzi and the other Dao-querying cultivators, as well as the tens of thousands of Thunder Lizard Clan cultivators they had brought, were all turned into ashes in the sea of fire. The great Wilderness King's murderous nature seems to be quite strong. The Golden Crow demonic lord couldn't help but sigh in his heart. However, the Thunder Lizard Clan's intention to hit them while they were down was reaping what they had sown. When Nehaman, Lady Yanjun, and the other late-stage Dao-querying cultivators saw this, they couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. They were secretly glad that they didn't participate in this mess this time. Otherwise, they would probably end up like Lei Yunzi. "Golden Crow demonic lord, thank you for coming to help us today." When the dust had almost settled, Ningqi cupped his hands and thanked the Golden Crow demonic lord. "You're welcome. It's what I should do." The Golden Crow demonic lord smiled. Naturally, he wasn't here to help Ningqi. The reason he was here today was purely because of the Fire Qilin's identity. If a Qilin died in the God Luo mystic realm, he couldn't imagine how furious the God Luo realm would be. Moreover, whether he came or not, the human race would probably be fine. He and the three-eyed Master God had seen how the Fire Qilin suppressed the great sage of Heavenly Bull and the Dragon Lord of Northern Een. Even if the Dragon Lord of Northern Een, the great sage of Heavenly Bull, and the three-eyed Master God teamed up, they would probably only be evenly matched with the Fire Qilin. I still have to make a trip to the dragon race, so I won't entertain you. Why don't you stay with the human race as guests with Priestess Ling Xian and the others? It shouldn't take too long. Ning Qi smiled. Everyone's expression changed slightly. The great wilderness king still intends to kill us all, Jian Xuanji sighed in his heart. Looks like after today, even if the dragon race isn't wiped out, there will only be a few small fry left. The Tao querying cultivators sighed in their hearts. The situation was really unpredictable. In such a short time, the extremely prosperous dragon race was in danger of being wiped out. And the human race that didn't even qualify to enter the 100 races ranking could already be called sages. This, the Golden Crow Demon Lord wanted to persuade them, but in the next second, the Fire Qilin had already disappeared with Ning Qi. At this moment, Wang Chao soared into the sky and cupped his fists at the Golden Crow Demon Lord, Priestess Ling Xian, and the others. Seniors, why don't you stay for a cup of tea, sure? The Golden Crow Demon Lord's eyes flickered and he nodded with a smile. Seeing this, the Tao querying cultivators understood that from today onwards, the human race would probably replace the dragon race and become one of the 3 sacred races. Otherwise, why would an existence like the Golden Crow Demon Lord choose to stay as a guest? Some of the foreign races that chose to draw a line with the human race because the dragon race was going to attack the human race and even mock them asked. They were filled with regret. If they knew this would happen, they would have chosen to stand on the human race's side even if it meant death. Wouldn't they have a sacred race as their backing in the future? In the blink of an eye, 5 years had passed. During those 5 years, Ning Qi didn't return to the Saint Virtue dynasty. Instead, he hunted down the remnants of the dragon tribe. Not only that, but the other outsiders would also suppress any traces of the dragon tribe and hand them over to Ning Qi in exchange for a favor. Chapter 3253. The Sacred Grounds of the Dragon Race. The Fire Qilin carried Ning Qi and stood on a pile of rubble. Ning Qi looked around quietly and smiled after a while. It's about the same as the last time I left. There shouldn't be any members of the dragon race that came back. Those that escaped are probably in hiding. The status of the dragon race in Shenlua world is much higher than that of the demon race. Although they won't find out what happened in Shenlua mystic realm for the time being, they will find out sooner or later. If they don't leave this place, they'll just be waiting for death. The Fire Qilin said calmly. Ning Qi nodded. He was also thinking of a way to take out the meteor pendant and study it whenever he had the time. He wanted to see what had gone wrong with it and why it couldn't bring him back to the immortal world. It was a pity that he couldn't understand the mystery behind it even after a few years of research. My merit points have exceeded 100 billion. It's enough to exchange for 20 immortal palace pills. No matter what, I should be able to open the gates of hell, right? Ning Qi was looking forward to it. Before long, he appeared in the top-notch training ground. All his merit points had been exchanged for immortal palace pills. A total of 20 immortal palace pills floated in front of Ning Qi. I'll eat 10 first. If I can't open the gates of hell, I'll eat the remaining 10. Ning Qi smiled. With a thought, the 10 immortal palace elixirs flew into his mouth and melted. In an instant, 10 special forces twisted together like a rope and appeared in Ning Qi's divine sense sea, bombarding the gate of suppressing purgatory. Boom! A terrifying explosion reverberated in Ning Qi's consciousness. The celestial slaying gourd woke up from its slumber and stared at the scene in shock. What are you doing? The celestial slaying gourd flew beside Ning Qi's consciousness and asked in shock. What is that power? Did you offend someone and get suppressed? How can I be so calm? Don't worry. This is the special power condensed by the Immortal Palace pills. It's specially used to break the gates of the locked palace. Ningqi said calmly. The celestial slaying gourd's expression turned strange. It hesitated and said softly, Do you really think that this gate is the locked palace gate? Didn't I tell you before that it's impossible to condense the locked palace gate before reaching the advanced stage of the Tao querying realm? You're only a perfected immortal lord now, not even an emperor. If I say it is, it is. Ningqi said lightly. Ai, if you don't listen to your elders, you'll be at a disadvantage. I don't know what kind of door this is, but this door is special. The four spirits formed by the four-spirit Saint Art are also consciously guarding it. If you open it and let out some powerful being that takes over your body, then don't blame me. The immortal slaying gourd shook its head. As time passed, Ningqi discovered that the power of 10 Immortal Palace pills was still insufficient to open the prison suppression gate. With a thought, he consumed another 5 Immortal Palace pills. Boom! The special energy condensed by the 15 Immortal Palace pills bombarded the Purgatory suppression gate. This time, the gate clearly moved. There's hope. Ningqi's eyes flickered, and he immediately swallowed the remaining 5 pills. With more effort, he knew that he could definitely open the prison suppression gate. Break! Ningqi couldn't help but let out a low growl as he watched the 20 Immortal Palace pills condense a special power and blast it toward the prison suppressing gate. Bang! This time, the prison suppression gate was no longer able to withstand this majestic force. The gate directly opened inwards. The immortal slaying gourd couldn't help but mutter. He really opened it. Please don't let anything extraordinary come out. I still want to live for a few more years. Follow me. Ningqi's expression became much more solemn, and he directly walked toward the prison suppression gate. The immortal slaying gourd hesitated for a moment, but in the end its curiosity won over its cowardly mentality, and it followed closely. When the two of them crossed the prison suppression gate, both of them were stunned. In front of Ningqi and the immortal slaying gourd was an incomparably huge palace. This palace was not only pitch black, but there were also incomparably mottled bloodstains on it. In fact, they could even see some withered bones hanging on the corners of the palace's eaves. But what shocked Ningqi was that he had seen the Celestial Bull Great Sage's palace before. It was a size smaller than the Dragon Lord of Yin's palace, and the Fire Qilin's Flame Immortal Palace was a size larger than the Dragon Lord of Yin's palace. But now, even if the 3 immortal palaces were added together, they still couldn't compare to the immortal palace in front of Ningqi. This gate was so big. This immortal palace was unimaginably big. It was probably comparable to a planet. What the hell is this? The immortal slaying gourd couldn't help but say such witty words from somewhere. Immortal Palace. My immortal palace. The prison suppression immortal palace. Ningqi said with a solemn expression. He could already feel an indescribable power emanating from the immortal palace and flowing into his body. This was the power of the immortal palace. Impossible. You're just an immortal lord. How could you have an immortal palace? Impossible. The immortal slaying gourd still didn't believe it, but the scene in front of it told it that Ningqi's words were very likely true. The power of the immortal palace seemed to be increasing. At this moment, the two of them suddenly heard a loud noise. The prison suppression gate behind them suddenly shattered, and the scene behind them changed. The two of them returned to their knowledge seas. But the immortal palace didn't disappear. It was as if it was in another void, but also as if it was in Ningqi's knowledge sea. This feeling was beyond mysterious. At the same time, the moment the prison suppression gate shattered, 4 holy spirits flew out and circled around the immortal palace. Finally, they entered the gate in front of the immortal palace and turned into relief sculptures. Creak, the immortal palace's gate slowly opened. When it opened just a small gap, the power of the immortal palace that was supporting Ning Qi's body suddenly increased by a few hundred times. Boom! Ning Qi's spiritual force was knocked back into his body from his knowledge sea. Then, he found that his cultivation was increasing rapidly, as if the bottleneck had been broken. Ning Qi hurriedly looked at his attribute. Early stage Immortal Emperor. He had finally broken through from the great perfection Immortal Lord to the early stage Immortal Emperor. The Tao talisman hidden in his knowledge sea also flew out and circled above Ning Qi's head. It's not over yet. Ning Qi's eyes flashed with a trace of seriousness. His cultivation was still increasing rapidly. A few breaths later, he felt that he had broken through a small bottleneck again. Early stage Immortal Emperor. Another few breaths later. Early stage Immortal Emperor. In another few breaths, his cultivation had increased to the great perfection Immortal Emperor. The immortal qi and the power of the great Tao in his body were almost completely assimilated by the power of the immortal palace. Is this it? Chapter 32:54. Oh no, my body is going to explode. The terrifying power of the immortal palaces caused fine lines to appear on Ning Qi's skin. These fine lines were clearly signs that his skin was about to split open. As for his body, it was like a rubber ball filled with air in an instant. It swelled up, and even the silver dragon tattoo was swollen beyond recognition. Pop! A soft sound came from Ning Qi's body. Following that, his body returned to normal, and the feeling of implosion disappeared. At this moment, Ning Qi felt like his body had turned from a lake into an ocean. His 9 immortal meridians had all expanded by more than 100 times. The immortal palace power that was enough to make him implode was now not enough to fill Ning Qi's immortal meridians. Early Ancient Transformation Realm. It turned out that the Ancient Transformation Realm was a realm above the original Emperor realm, breaking through another limit. In reality, there was no qualitative change, which was why it was called a transitional realm, between the second and third step. Only when one truly broke through to the Tao querying realm would one's spirit be condensed and transformed. Attaining the primordial spirit is a qualitative change. Ning Qi was enlightened. Now that he had personally experienced the ancient transformation realm, he knew how powerful the ancient transformation realm was. In fact, there was no difference between the ancient transformation realm and the Emperor realm. The only difference was that the limit of the Emperor realm was broken, and the immortal meridians were expanded. That way, the immortal meridians would be filled to the brim, and one's strength would naturally reach an unparalleled level. However, it was still incomparable to the Tao querying realm. Thinking of this, Ning Qi turned his head and looked behind him. He found that the door of his immortal palace was still open. This meant that the benefits he was going to get from the immortal palace were far more than what he saw now. As the door opened bit by bit, the power of the immortal palace grew stronger. Fortunately, Ning Qi was already at the early ancient transformation realm, and his 9 immortal meridians had all expanded by 100 times. For a short period of time, he could still withstand the power of the immortal palace. This immortal palace is many times larger than the Fire Qilint's flaming immortal palace. What grade is it exactly? If the door is completely open, what level will my cultivation reach in the end? I wonder if I can take this opportunity to break through to the third step. Ning Qi thought, then slowly closed his eyes, preparing for the next wave of explosion. An endless stream of immortal palace power flowed into Ning Qi's body. Soon, his 9 immortal meridians, which had expanded by 100 times, were filled to the brim. Ding! Congratulations to host for successfully reaching the middle stage of the ancient transformation realm. The system notification sounded. Ning Qi did not open his eyes. The gap in the door of the immortal palace grew bigger and bigger. Although it was only a tenth of the way open, The boundless power of the immortal palace inside was probably equivalent to more than 100 immortal palaces. After advancing to the middle stage of the ancient transformation realm, the immortal meridians in Ning Qi's body expanded 100 times. It was equivalent to 10,000 times stronger than when he was in the Emperor realm. Ning Qi's immortal meridians were much stronger than those of the same realm. It could be said that his current cultivation was equivalent to the great circle of the ancient transformation realm. Several days later, the system beep sounded again. Ding! Congratulations to host for successfully reaching the late-stage ancient transformation realm. His immortal meridians were strengthened 100-fold. 10 days later, with the help of the immortal palace's power, Ning Qi had rushed to the great circle of the ancient transformation realm. At this moment, the breadth of his immortal meridians was unimaginable to ordinary people. Just by opening the prison door and seeing the immortal palace, Ning Qi had directly jumped from the great circle of the immortal monarch realm to the great circle of the ancient transformation realm. There was still the emperor realm in between. This kind of advancement speed was considered rare even in the divine net world. But to Ning Qi, this was a result of his accumulation. After all, after opening the prison door, he had spent a total of 100 billion merit points and 20 immortal palace pills. With this amount of merit points, if he was lucky, he could help 20 late-stage Dao querying realm experts to open the prison door and see the immortal palace. At this moment, the prison door was already halfway open. The immortal palace's power continuously surged out and surged in Ning Qi's body. If Ning Qi was still an immortal monarch, he would have exploded and died. But now that Ning Qi was at the great circle of the ancient transformation realm, his meridians were much stronger than before. He could perfectly withstand this power. Right now, he could easily kill an existence of the same realm with a raise of his hand. What Jiang Tiance, Jiang Tiange, Jian Bo, Jiang Yuanshan, the group of ancient transformation realm experts in the Tiandao family. None of them were his match, but if he were to fight against an early-stage Dao querying realm expert, Ning Qi might be able to protect himself. After all, it was not just the difference of a large realm, but the difference between the second and third step. Although the ancient transformation realm was between the second and third step, in reality, he had nothing to do with the third step. Nothing, he was even closer to the second step. Let's do it in one go. Open for me. Ning Qi let out a low roar. His mind surged and formed a close connection with the immortal palace. Under this thought, the immortal palace's door opened at an even faster speed. After a few breaths of time, the half-closed immortal palace's door was completely opened. This time, the immortal palace's power, which was incomparably shy like a daughter-in-law waiting to be married, suddenly exploded. A roar erupted from within the hell-suppressing immortal palace like a tidal wave, with Ning Qi's fleshly body as their only target. A buzzing sound came from his mind. Ning Qi's consciousness was completely submerged by the immortal palace's power in an instant, entering a mysterious state. This state made Ning Qi seem like an outsider. He calmly watched the changes in his body, but he was unable to participate. This was not his divine soul leaving his body. At this moment, his divine soul was in his body, entangled by the power of countless immortal palaces. The Tao talisman that was constantly circling above his head suddenly shattered with a bang, turning into specks of golden light that sprinkled on Ning Qi's body. But the strange thing was that after these golden lights entered Ning Qi's body, they landed on Ning Qi's divine soul. After Ning Qi's divine soul absorbed these golden specks of light from the Tao talisman, it was as if countless stars lit up in the pitch-black universe. These stars were constantly connected. At first glance, Ning Qi's divine soul seemed to have formed a galaxy. It had become a galaxy, and those golden lights were planets brimming with life. The Tao talisman shattered? What's going on? Ning Qi was slightly taken aback. Didn't this mean that he could no longer control the power of the great Tao? But Ning Qi immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Now he had the Immortal Palace's power. According to the Fire Qilin, the Immortal Palace's power belonged to the third level of power, and the power of the Great Tao was only the second level. It didn't matter. The following changes were all concentrated on the Divine Soul. Ning Qi faintly had a premonition in his heart. The Immortal Palace's power is helping me transform my Divine Soul into a primordial spirit? If it succeeds, won't I directly enter the third step and reach the Tao Querying Realm? Chapter 3255. The spirit transformation process lasted for an unknown period of time. In Ning Qi's current state, the concept of time seemed to have become very vague. Suddenly, one day, he found his vision changing again. He saw a figure sitting cross-legged in front of him. Upon closer inspection, wasn't that himself? I'm now. Ning Qi looked himself up and down with some surprise, then looked around at the scenery. He found himself standing at the highest point of the hell-suppressing Immortal Palace. I didn't expect this to be an Immortal Palace. A faint voice sounded out ahead. Ning Qi looked carefully and saw the Immortal Slaying Gourd standing at the door of the Immortal Palace, looking up at him. Come in. With a thought, the Immortal Slaying Gourd appeared before Ning Qi. Congratulations, you now have the mystiques of the great circle of the Tao-seeking realm. As long as the Immortal Palace is not destroyed, your spirit is immortal. From now on, except for those at the fourth step, it will be extremely difficult for others to kill you. Perhaps even those at the fourth step will not be able to kill you easily. The Immortal Slaying Gourd looked envious. Do you believe me now? Ning Qi's lips curled up slightly. He immediately came to his senses and checked his attribute. He found that he had gone from the great circle of the ancient transformation realm to the early stage of the Tao-seeking realm. He had advanced. However, he had not heard the system notification. It was very likely related to his previous state. Was his current state his spirit? With another thought, Ning Qi's vision suddenly changed, and he returned to his physical body. However, there was a mysterious feeling in the bottom of his heart. His primordial spirit did not seem to completely return to his physical body. It was still in the hell-suppressing Celestial Palace, but the hell-suppressing Celestial Palace had replaced the previous function of the Sea of Consciousness. It was equivalent to the hell-suppressing Immortal Palace and his physical body becoming one. His spirit in the palace was exactly the same as it was in his physical body. The only thing Ning Qi had to control was his consciousness. Perhaps the great sage of the Sky Bull and the Dragon Lord of the North had been in this state. Their spirit was in the Immortal Palace, and their consciousness was in their physical body. When their physical body was about to be destroyed, their consciousness would be transferred back. It was equivalent to losing a physical body, but the source was still there. This was immortality. After his consciousness returned to his physical body, Ning Qi could immediately feel the terrifying power contained in his body. The celestial qi and the power of the Great Path had completely disappeared. What replaced them was the endless power of the Celestial Palace. Even in the early, middle, and late stages of the Tao Querying Realm, most of them used immortal qi and the power of the Great Tao. But now, Ning Qi was standing on an unimaginable starting line. He could use the power of the Immortal Palace at the early stage of the Tao Querying Realm. Previously, I heard that for Tao Querying Realm existences, most of their battle power comes from the primordial spirit. The core is also the primordial spirit. As long as the primordial spirit is not destroyed, it is equivalent to being immortal. Now that I have broken through to the early stage of the Tao Querying Realm, I wonder how strong my primordial spirit will be. I can just go into the void and kill enemies from 10,000 miles away. The head? Ning Qi smiled. He felt that it was necessary to take some time to familiarize himself with his soaring combat strength. The gap between the great perfection Immortal Lord realm and the initial stage of the Tao querying realm was huge. This immortal palace of yours was definitely not created by you. At some point in time, the immortal slaying gourd had returned to Ning Qi's side. What do you mean? Ning Qi's eyes flickered. In fact, he also had a guess. Whether it is a first-grade immortal palace or a ninth-grade immortal palace, although there is a difference, it can't be so ridiculous. Even a top-notch ninth-grade immortal palace, with countless years of refinement, would at most be about the size of your door. I think this immortal palace of yours might be. At this point, the immortal slaying gourd seemed to be waiting for Ning Qi to ask. What might it be? Ning Qi said with a smile. The immortal slaying gourd nodded in satisfaction. It might be an immortal palace that a fourth-step existence has created for countless years. For some reason, it fell into your sea of consciousness and you got lucky. As long as the immortal palace is not destroyed, the primordial spirit is immortal. If this immortal palace belonged to a fourth-step existence, since it has not been destroyed, where did the primordial spirit of that existence go? It can't be staying in other immortal palaces, right? This is not as simple as buying a house, Ning Qi said with a smile. The celestial slaying gourd was stunned for a moment. Then, it frowned and a thoughtful look appeared in its eyes. After half an hour, it suddenly cried out involuntarily. Then, it carefully observed the appearance of the celestial palace. Gradually, the memories that it had almost forgotten surged into its mind again. Mottled bloodstains, white bones hanging on the eaves, this is definitely a state that would only appear after a fierce battle. This door, it's so familiar, I'm about to remember, I must have seen the previous owner of this immortal palace. That's right, I'm about to remember. The immortal slaying gourd murmured to itself. Ning Qi didn't say a word and looked at the immortal slaying gourd quietly. Days passed and the immortal slaying gourd was still immersed in thought. Ning Qi didn't disturb it. He sat cross-legged and used the endless power of the immortal palace to stabilize his current cultivation. The power from the immortal palace had become calm. The next breakthrough would be Ning Qi would have to rely on himself. Yes, it's him. It's him. This is the immortal palace of the North Mystic Divine Emperor. How could I forget? How could I forget? The voice of the immortal slaying gourd woke Ning Qi up from his meditative state. The immortal slaying gourd seemed to have gone mad. It was crying one moment and laughing the next. The immortal palace of the North Mystic Divine Emperor? Ning Qi sighed in his heart. From the clues that he had obtained, he could now conclude that he was indeed the reincarnation of the North Mystic Divine Emperor. Unlike Old Man Mysterious Sword, although he is the reincarnation of King Qingguang, he is not the main body. King Qingguang is the main body. Now that this immortal palace has appeared in my mind, it seems that I am the reincarnation of the North Mystic Divine Emperor. Will the memories of my previous life appear again? When that time comes, Is it still me? Ning Qi's eyes flashed with worry. Suddenly, he felt the immortal slaying gourd hugging his legs. Immortal Emperor, you died so miserably. Who killed you? The immortal slaying gourd cried. Wait, I'm still alive and well. How did I die? Chapter 3256. Should have been in Shenluo world? Ning Qi remembered that the green-robed elder seemed to have thought so too. After the great war of the immortals and demons, God Emperor Bei Xian was defeated. However, he didn't die in Jiang Tianshu's hands. Instead, he returned to Shenluo world with Jiang Tianshu. This was something that most ancient immortals knew. However, they didn't know that God Emperor Bei Xian was in Shenluo world. For some reason, she was killed. Although the immortal palace was not destroyed, it reincarnated into the immortal world. Such an existence either reincarnated into the celestial world or was thrown into the celestial world. The possibility of the former is higher. He didn't dare to reincarnate in Shenluo world. I'm afraid that the existence that killed my previous incarnation is very powerful in Shenluo world and could easily find my reincarnation. Silver Dragon, Hell-suppressing palace, I'm afraid even the system. Ning Qi sucked in a breath of cold air in his heart. He was afraid that all of this had been arranged by his previous incarnation in order to leave a way out for himself. Emperor Beixian, not only did you successfully break through to the early stage of Tao-seeking realm, but you also controlled the palace. It's only a matter of time before your strength recovers. No matter what trouble you face in Shenluo world, I will fight alongside you. I'll kill all gods and Buddhas. I remember that you're as timid as a mouse. You're a kind instrument. I can explain that. I'll explain next time. Follow me into the palace. Ning Qi smiled and walked into the palace. Seeing this, the immortal slaying gourd hurriedly followed. I remember that after entering the palace, I would receive many Dharma treasures and elixirs. Why don't I get anything? Not long after entering the immortal palace, Ning Qi suddenly stopped and asked curiously. The immortal slaying gourd rolled its eyes. My God Emperor, this was your immortal palace back then. All the Dharma treasures and elixirs were taken by you back then. How could there be new Dharma treasures and elixirs? Unless you condense a new immortal palace. Oh, that's true. Ning Qi nodded in understanding. Although the hell-suppressing immortal palace was very big, with Ning Qi's methods, he only used less than a breath's time to go through it. During this time, he found many traces of people living in the palace. After leaving the immortal palace, Ning Qi stood at the gate and raised his head to look at the immortal palace in front of him. He suddenly sighed and said, "A long time ago, there must have been many gods and Buddhas living here." That's right. The North Mystic Divine Emperor was a fourth-step Grand Cultivator back then, which was different from the third-step Tao-seeking realm cultivators. People could live in the Divine Palace, and I used to live here. However, things have changed now. The people I knew are either dead or missing. The immortal slaying gourd appeared very mature as it sighed softly. By the way, go and clean up the bloodstains and bones. Ning Qi suddenly said. The immortal slaying gourd was taken aback. Me? All right, you're here. Ning Qi laughed. I'll do it. The old divine emperor was the best. He never asked me to do such chores. I remember that the one in charge of cleaning up was the mighty miracle god. The immortal slaying gourd muttered unhappily and then flew up. Gradually, its and Ning Qi's expressions became serious, because the two of them found that the bloodstains and bones on the divine palace could not be cleaned at all. As soon as they wiped them off, the bloodstains would reappear. The same went for the bones. This is the resentment. The two of them spoke in tacit understanding. After that, they exchanged glances with each other. Their hearts were a little heavy. How tragic was the battle back then, for the entire immortal palace to be shrouded in a layer of resentment that could not be eliminated. Don't lose again in this life. The figure of the woman suddenly appeared in Ning Qi's mind, as well as the words she had once said to him. I'm afraid that these resentments will only be eliminated if we win. Ning Qi sighed. Luckily, the resentment would not be too much of a hindrance to the divine palace. It was just that it looked sinister. If others saw it, they would think that it was Yama Palace. Little gourd, I have just broken through to the early stage Tao querying realm. Come and be my practice partner. Let me familiarize myself. Ning Qi looked at the immortal slaying gourd and his lips curled up. I am a kind weapon. Hey, Divine Emperor, don't pull me. I'll go, all right? I'll go myself. The little gourd was lifted up by Ning Qi. Its legs were in the air, and its two short legs kept kicking in midair. The elite cultivation training ground. The little gourd crossed its legs and sat on a deck chair. It looked leisurely at Ning Qi, who was fighting with the 9 ink guards and 9 blood spikes not far away. However, the little gourd's eyes were a little bruised, and the corners of its lips were a little crooked. The divine emperor is too heavy-handed. Too heavy-handed, the little gourd muttered to itself. After a pause, its lips curled into a smug smile. Luckily, his strength improved so quickly. Otherwise, I would have to continue sparring with him. In the end, its expression became extremely bitter. No matter what, I was still beaten up badly by him. At the thought of this, its small fist clenched tightly. I have to advance. I have to recover my cultivation level. I have to take revenge. What did you say? In the distance, Ning Qi was dealing with the 18 early-stage Dao querying realm puppets with ease. When he heard the little gourd muttering, he smiled and asked. A year had passed. In this year, Ning Qi was gradually familiarizing himself with the techniques of the early-stage Dao querying realm. At the beginning, he could only deal with 3 to 5 puppets of the same cultivation level. Now, he could easily deal with the 9 ink guards and 9 blood spikes. Even if he encountered a middle-stage Dao querying realm cultivator, he could put up a fight. This was only when he didn't summon the hell-suppressing Celestial Palace. If he used the Celestial Palace, even the Fire Qilin wouldn't be Ning Qi's match. At the same time, he also tried out the power of his primordial spirit. No matter what kind of celestial technique it was, under the effect of the primordial spirit, it could be easily dealt with. With a single thought, the celestial technique would arrive. The primordial spirit was like a bridge, allowing Ning Qi to form an incomparably close connection with heaven and earth. For example, Ning Qi had a celestial race divine power, God's grace. It could reverse reincarnation and beat a living person into a child. It was already infinitely close to a time-type divine power. However, this divine power's grade wasn't high. As Ning Qi's cultivation level grew stronger, its power was already of little value. But now it was completely different. If this divine power was used on the ink guards and blood spikes, it would be enough to make them return to their original state. In fact, it could even pull back time even further, allowing the spiritual materials that created them to return to their original state. It could even return to nothingness before they were born. It was as if there was no limit to the various mystique. As long as his cultivation level grew stronger, these mystiques and immortal techniques would be even more terrifying. Ning Qi felt that if he broke through to the great completion of the Dao querying realm, he could even walk in time for a short period of time. It would be the same as having the ability to return to yesterday. This was the terror of a Dao querying realm expert. No, I didn't say anything. I'm just cheering you on. Go. Go. The small gourd shuddered and smiled sheepishly. All right. Ning Qi smiled. The ink guards and blood spikes instantly stopped and looked at Ning Qi with admiration. Chapter 3257. Because Ning Qi hadn't appeared in the Saint Virtue dynasty for several years, the Golden Crow Demon Lord and the others had already returned to the demon race's holy land. Although the human race hadn't announced to the world that they had become the sacred race, in the eyes of the other races, the human race was no different from the sacred race. The human race would swallow them up and offer their allegiance. The strength of the human clan was constantly rising. Amidst this, the name of the great wilderness king had also spread throughout the entire God Luo mystic realm. Everyone knew about her, and she was privately known as the #1 powerhouse in the God Luo mystic realm. After all, for many years, the God Luo mystic realm had never seen a cultivator at the perfected Dao querying realm be defeated. Now, there were 2 who had been defeated by Ning Qi, and one of them was even the Dragon Lord of North Een. Divine Courage Marquis, is there still no news of the great desolate king? In the court, Saint Virtue Saint Lord asked worriedly. In the past few years, although Ning Qi's whereabouts were uncertain, there would occasionally be news of him killing a dragon. However, in recent years, no one seemed to have seen Ning Qi appear, which inevitably made everyone think of the dragon's background. Could it be that the divine Luo world had sent experts to suppress the great wilderness king? But if that were the case, the human race would have been destroyed a long time ago. Sacred Master, please rest assured. Brother Ning should be in secluded cultivation. Wang Chao laughed. Oh, what did the two ladies in your residence say? Saint Virtue Saint Lord hesitated for a moment before opening his mouth. In his opinion, little Yer and Zuoling had a close relationship with Ning Qi, so they should know where Ning Qi was going. Those two young ladies don't know either. Hearing this, Wang Chao smiled bitterly. Alas, if Brother Ning comes back, we can start preparing for promotion. What do you think about taking over the Dragon Clan's sacred land and making it our human clan's sacred land? Saint Virtue Saint Lord sighed, then his eyes lit up. As soon as this topic was brought up, all the officials in the court seemed to be in high spirits, expressing their opinions one after another. They couldn't help but be excited. For countless years, the long-cherished wish of the human race was about to be fulfilled by their hands. Perhaps, as long as they participated in this matter, they would be able to accomplish it. Even the upper echelons of the human race could leave their names in history. The dragon race's holy land. Not good. It's been destroyed. A voice suddenly rang out. Everyone was slightly startled. Then, they looked out of the hall excitedly and saw Ning Qi walking into the hall with a faint smile on his face. We greet the great wilderness queen. The hundreds of officials in the imperial court knelt down and paid their respects. Their voices resounded through the heavens and the earth. Everyone in the imperial capital could hear them, and all the cultivators revealed looks of surprise. The great wilderness king had returned? Didn't that mean that the human race was about to ascend to the saint race? No need for formalities. Ning Qi smiled. At this moment, Saint Virtue's Saint Lord, Wang Chao and the Duke of England suddenly froze. They looked at Ning Qi with disbelief in their eyes. Great wilderness king, your cultivation base? The Duke of England could not help but ask. There was a hint of shock in his eyes. From Ning Qi's body, he felt an aura that was much thicker than that of Saint Virtue's Holy Lord. This was clearly an aura that only a Tao-querying realm cultivator could have. Isn't he a heavenly high immortal? As expected, he hid his cultivation level. I'm afraid his initial Tao-querying cultivation level isn't real. A bitter smile flashed in Wang Chao's eyes. Is there anything wrong with my cultivation? Ning Qi smiled. Was there anything wrong with a heavenly high immortal reaching the initial Tao-querying realm? Perhaps everyone looked at Ning Qi speechlessly. Saint Virtue's Holy Lord saw that Ning Qi did not intend to continue on the topic of cultivation. He immediately said, Great Wilderness King, now that the dragon race has fallen, shouldn't the human race prepare for the promotion ceremony? I will send a message to the demon race and the three-eyed race to invite the Golden Crow Demon Lord and the three-eyed Master God to attend the ceremony. I will leave the rest to you. Ning Qi smiled. Everyone was wild with joy. They had been waiting for this sentence. Only Ning Qi had the right to invite these two. As long as these two arrived, the rest of the foreign races would definitely come to congratulate them. In the following time, the huge machine that was the Saint Virtue dynasty was activated. From the commoners to the nobles, everyone was making preparations for the human race to ascend to the saint race. And Taoist Ling Xiao and monk Wu Chan, the two leaders of the Holy Lands, appeared one after another. The other dynasty leaders also brought their own troops to the Saint Virtue dynasty. They were envious, but also happy that the human race was about to ascend to the saint race. Ning Qi brought the two girls to a calm lake. This was the lake that he came from when he first came to the god Luo mystic realm from the Heaven Tao Pavilion. Young master, are we going back to the immortal world? Zuoling seemed a little excited. Why are you bored here? Ning Qi smiled. I just miss mother and the rest. Zuoling said shyly. Let me see if I can open the passage this time. Ning Qi's expression suddenly became a little serious. He took out the meteor pendant and dived into the lake with the two girls. After a while, the meteor pendant still did not move. Ning Qi's mind moved, and a trace of the power of the immortal palace surged out of his body. It flowed through his palm and into the meteor pendant. This time, the meteor pendant finally moved, emitting a faint blue light. It's done. So the mysterious power in the meteor pendant was of the same level as the power of the immortal palace, even if it was not the power of the immortal palace. No wonder the power of the great Tao and the immortal Qi could not activate it. Ning Qi's eyes lit up, but soon the blue light disappeared and the passage did not open. Ning Qi saw this and increased the power of the immortal palace into the pendant. The pendant once again emitted a blue light. Soon, the two girls saw that with the meteor pendant as the center, the surrounding lake water was dyed blue by the light. It was blue and beautiful. At the same time, a special aura rose. The passage was open. Let's go. Let's go back first. Ning Qi happily grabbed the two girls' arms. Then, with a flash of light, the three of them disappeared into the lake. Heaven Tao Pavilion. There was a sudden movement in a dry well in the backyard. Then, Ning Qi and the two girls flew out from the well. We're back. Ning Qi's eyes flashed with a smile. Now that he had the power of the immortal palace, the pendant would not fail again. The pendant's failure previously was caused by the exhaustion of the power of the immortal palace. Chapter 3258. Little Yuer and Zhuoling did not panic. They looked at that guy calmly with a hint of mockery in their eyes, as if they were looking at a clown. How many years did you say we hid in the well? Ning Qi's eyes moved slightly. He definitely went to the god Luo mystic realm for more than a few years. This meant that the flow of time in the god Luo mystic realm and the immortal world was different. 3 years. Since 3 years ago, I've been observing here. Although I don't know what method you're using, and even the elders can't find your whereabouts, I know that one day, you'll have to leave this place, right? Ha! Jiang Luan's eyes revealed a hint of pride. He was a mid-stage immortal emperor, and he had been waiting here for 3 years. Now that he had finally reeled in the net, those guys who mocked him for being useless could all shut up now. Oh, 3 years. It seems that the ratio of the flow of time between the two places should be 1 to 4 to 5. Ning Qi's eyes revealed a hint of a smile. Only 3 years had passed in the immortal world, which was good news for him. At least the heaven-defeating demon lord had not arrived yet. You still dare to smile? How dare you? Tell me, who are you guys? How did you sneak into my Tiandao family? Is there a traitor in the family? If you don't tell me, I'll make you wish you were dead. Jiang Luan sneered. Don't you know me? Ning Qi smiled, and a hint of curiosity flashed in his eyes. His portrait should have already spread in the Tiandao family, right? Jiang Luan was slightly stunned, and a hint of suspicion appeared in his eyes. Know you? Are you very famous? Tell me where you came from. Don't be deliberately mystifying. I've already sent out a message, and there will be elders rushing over from time to time. The 3 of you won't be able to escape today. You don't even know my young master? You'll be scared to death if I tell you. Little Yuer snorted. A mere grand unity immortal, what right do you have to speak here? Jiang Luan glared at Little Yuer, and his eyes surged with monstrous killing intent. He planned to use his aura to suppress this impolite little girl. Ordinary Grand Unity immortals would probably piss their pants in fear when faced with his aura. With a thought from Little Yuer, a ink guard appeared in front of her. In the next instant, the early-stage Tao Querying Realm aura on the ink guard exploded. It was like a primordial beast that suppressed Jiang Luan. The difference between a mid-stage immortal emperor and an early-stage Tao Querying Realm was huge. What happened? The aura on Jiang Luan's body disintegrated instantly. It was completely obliterated by Mo Wei's early-stage Tao Querying Realm aura. His eyes were filled with fear as he stared at Mo Wei, dumbfounded. He could not believe it. He had never felt such a terrifying aura before, not even from the family elders. A chill rose from the soles of Jiang Luan's feet and rushed straight to the top of his head. In an instant, Jiang Luan's entire body was soaked in cold sweat. At this moment, Ning Qi and the other two suddenly frowned and subconsciously looked at Jiang Luan's lower body. In the end, a look of disdain appeared on their faces. He actually peed his pants. What a loser! Little Yuer frowned in disgust. Zwillinger quickly nodded and covered her nose. Ning Qi chuckled, "Don't panic. You won't die so soon." "You? Who exactly are you?" Jiang Luan was shocked and angry. He was shocked that the other party's strength was unfathomable. The black-robed man who had just appeared gave him a pressure that was even stronger than that of Jiang Tiance, Jiang Yuanshan, and Jiang Jianba, the three elders. He was angry that he was so frightened by the other party. If this matter were to spread, the Tiandao family would probably be the laughingstock for the next 1,000 years. Ning Beixian. Suddenly, a few figures broke through the air. They were the Jiang family's immortal emperors. They had seen Ning Qi suppress Jiang Hao and Jiang Yu with their own eyes. Hence, they had a deep impression of Ning Qi. The moment they saw him, they called out his name. "Ning Beixian? It's him?" Jiang Luan was in disbelief. "So you were the one who infiltrated my Tiandao family 3 years ago. You chose to barge into hell when there was a path to heaven." Ah! The immortal emperors laughed loudly. However, none of them attacked Ning Qi because they knew that Ning Qi had a trump card, the immortal slaying gourd. Whoever attacked first would die. Jiang Luan, what's wrong with you?" Suddenly, the Jiang family's immortal emperors noticed that something was wrong with Jiang Luan. They looked at his lower body and saw the dark yellow urine stain. Their expressions changed and they were furious. "Jiang Luan, you're scared of Ning Beixian? You've embarrassed the Jiang family. You deserve to be punished. You know nothing. Do you see that guy? His aura is even stronger than Elder Su. If you don't believe me, you can try." Jiang Luan roared angrily. "Stronger than Elder Su?" They looked at Mo Wei in disbelief. Mo Wei's aura was only aimed at Jiang Luan, so they couldn't sense how strong he was. However, when they realized that they couldn't see through Mo Wei's cultivation, their expressions gradually turned serious. "He's definitely an ancient transformation realm cultivator," they thought to themselves. "It seems like you dared to sneak into the Tiandao family because he's your backer. However, the elders have already received the news and will be here soon. Just surrender. Since you used to be a disciple of the Ji family, we should spare your life," one of the immortal emperors advised. This was his stalling tactic. Given the enmity between Ning Qi and the Tiandao family, as long as he was captured, a series of tortures would be worse than death. "Then let's wait for the 3 elders of the Jiang family to arrive." Ning Qi smiled. More and more immortal emperors arrived, but Jiang Tiance and the other 2 elders still didn't show up. In a short time, Ning Qi and the other 2 were surrounded by more than 20 immortal emperors. There were a few unfamiliar faces among them. They might be new blood after Jiang Yu and Jiang Hao died. The traces of Jiang Luan's lower body had already been secretly wiped away, so the immortal emperors of the Jiang family didn't notice that Jiang Luan had peed because of Mo Wei. Gradually, Jiang Luan calmed down. With so many immortal emperors present, the danger level had been reduced to the lowest. Why are those 3 old fellows so timid? It's been so long and they're still not here? Give them another 10 minutes, or I'll go look for them myself. Ning Qi looked around, and his eyes suddenly fell on a spot in the sky. A trace of faint mockery flashed in his eyes. The sky suddenly changed, and 3 figures walked out. They were the 3 elders of the Jiang family, Jiang Tiance, and the other 2 elders. "Greetings, elder." Chapter 3259. Mo Wei did not even bat an eyelid at Jiang Tianche's question. He remained silent. Jiang Yuanshan and Jiang Jianba's attention was on Ning Qi. They could not figure out how Ning Qi managed to sneak into the Heaven Dao Pavilion, which was sealed off by the elders of the various clans, and into the Jiang family's grotto heaven. Even existences at the ancient transformation realm like them couldn't accomplish this. More importantly, what was the other party's goal? He risked his life to sneak into the Jiang family's grotto heaven. He must have a motive. Patriarch, this is Ning Beixian, who has been going against the Tiandao family. Jiang Hao died in his hands. I'm afraid Jiang Yu is also dead because of him. Jiang Luan suddenly said. You should know that once you enter the Heaven Dao Pavilion, it's almost impossible for you to leave. Tell me, what's your motive for sneaking in? When Jiang Tianche saw that Mo Wei was silent, his gaze fell on Ning Qi. Motive? Isn't it clear? I'm here to destroy the Tiandao family. Ning Qi smiled. How dare you? Shameless. How arrogant. Haha, you want to destroy my Tiandao family? You are quite ambitious. If it wasn't for that old ancestor, you might really be able to do it with this person you brought. It's a pity that this person is only at the early stage of the Dao querying realm, right? Have you forgotten what happened in Langya Kingdom back then? Have you forgotten that even Xie Baian was no match for him in the immortal region? Jiang Tianche said calmly. Is he in the early stage Dao querying state? No wonder Jiang Luan peed his pants. The immortal emperors of the Jiang family were stunned. Some of them looked at Jiang Luan with a strange expression. If they were in Jiang Luan's shoes, they would have reacted the same way. Fortunately, there was a mid-stage Dao querying state patriarch in the Heaven Dao Pavilion, so they did not have to fear him. Instead, they could use this opportunity to suppress Ning Qi. You're trying to stall for time. Why? That girl is in seclusion and can't be contacted? Perhaps by the time she comes out, the 9 great Tiandao families would have already disappeared. Ning Qi smiled. Everyone's heart skipped a beat as they looked at Jiang Tian's and the other two. If Ning Qi was right, didn't it mean that they were now in an extremely dangerous situation? Looks like I was right. Don't look at your 3 ancestors. We don't even know where they are. Ning Qi smiled. With a gentle wave of his hand, Jiang Tianche and the other 2 disappeared immediately. What? It's an illusion? The immortal emperors of the Jiang clan stared dumbfoundedly at this scene. It turned out that from the beginning to the end, the 3 elders hadn't personally appeared here? These 3 old men are as cowardly as mice. They didn't even want to step out of the Heaven Dao Pavilion. Do you think they would risk their lives before they understand the situation? Ning Qi looked mockingly at Jiang Luan and the others. Fight it out with him. Jiang Luan suddenly let out an angry roar. Everyone knew that they would not be able to escape this time. They could only see if they could hold on for a little longer and wait for reinforcements. Jiang Luan roared. They immediately responded and joined forces to attack Ning Qi and the others. All kinds of powerful immortal techniques were displayed by the group of Jiang family immortal emperors. Ning Qi smiled and said calmly, "Reverse reincarnation." Time seemed to have frozen. The colorful immortal techniques froze in midair. Jiang Luan and the others also maintained their previous positions and remained motionless. A special power spread out, enveloping all of them within it. Then, the frozen scene changed again. However, the immortal techniques returned to their bodies one by one. Then, the appearances of Jiang Luan and the others changed continuously. They gradually became younger, and their auras also decreased. Immortal Lord, Tai Perfected Immortal, Xian Immortal, Zenith Golden Immortal, Golden Immortal. All the way until Human Immortal. This process finally ended. What's going on? Jiang Luan stared at Ning Qi dumbfounded. The other immortal emperors of the Jiang clan, or rather, the human immortals of the Jiang clan, were all shocked. They realized that their cultivation had dropped to the human immortal realm in the blink of an eye. They didn't even know how Ning Qi had attacked them. What kind of fiendish technique is this? Jiang Luan said in shock. Fiendish technique? It's just a small test. What's coming next is the real, fiendish technique. Ning Qi smiled brightly. The mysterious force appeared again and enveloped Jiang Luan and the others. Soon, they couldn't even keep their human immortal cultivation and dropped to the great vehicle stage. This was equivalent to a second-step cultivator being forced back to the first step. Young Master's immortal technique is so magical. Little Yuer and Zuoling Er's eyes lit up. They had never seen an immortal technique that could control time. In the immortal world, there were very few records of such immortal techniques. Mo Wei already had a mind of his own. When he saw Ning Qi's method, his heart couldn't help but tremble. He could imagine that if he were to encounter such a method, the first thing to be stripped would be his mind, then his body, and finally, he would return to being a pile of spare parts. So scary. Mo Wei sighed in his heart. The faces of Jiang Luan and the others were still changing. In the end, even their bodies started to shrink. Although they couldn't move, they could feel all the changes clearly. They looked at Ning Qi with fear in their eyes. 10 breaths later, the immortal emperors of the Jiang clan had turned into ordinary babies, but the changes were still ongoing. In the end, besides some clothes, there were only a few dozen tadpoles left on the ground. These tadpoles quickly died on the ground. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. If an ordinary person had a chance to reincarnate after death, then Jiang Luan and the others had completely lost this chance. In that case, Jiang Luan and the others would completely lose this opportunity, because they would be equivalent to passing from the future to this world. Young Master, can you teach us this immortal technique? Little Yuer asked expectantly. Oh, this is an innate mystique. I probably can't teach it. Ning Qi smiled and patted little Yuer's head. After breaking through to the initial stage of the Tao querying realm and obtaining the power of the immortal palace, the God's grace mystique, which had been of little use to existences below the human immortal realm, was now rejuvenated. Even immortal emperors could be beaten back to their original state. If they were stronger in the future, the effects of this power would be even more terrifying. All right. The two girls were a little disappointed. After dealing with Jiang Luan and the other Emperor Realm existences, the Jiang family disciples who had rushed over after hearing the news had no idea what had happened. However, they knew that Ning Qi and the others were spies who had infiltrated the Jiang family. They all executed their immortal arts in an attempt to suppress Ning Qi and the others. Chapter 3260. Heaven Tao Pavilion. Jiang Tianche, Jiang Jianba, Jiang Yuanshan, and the other elders of the 8 great families rushed over from their respective cave abodes. Apart from them, all the immortal emperors and immortal lords were also summoned to the Heaven Tao Pavilion. Everyone was in the square below the stairway to heaven, staring at a virtual screen in midair with extremely serious expressions. In the screen, Ning Qi was strolling leisurely in the ancestral land of the Jiang family's grotto heaven. Everywhere he passed, the disciples of the Jiang family would experience extremely terrifying changes. Their cultivation base and lifespans would regress, and they would eventually become little tadpoles of origin. What kind of technique is this? Fear gradually surged in everyone's eyes. To them, Ning Qi's technique was simply too terrifying. In the Ji family's camp, Ji Xianshu and the others subconsciously looked at Ji Xianling. This was because Ning Qi was also Ji Xuanling's disciple, but he later betrayed the Tiandao family. Ji Xianling stared expressionlessly at the virtual screen, but there was a hint of complexity in his eyes. Apart from them, Bai Di, one Xian monk, Qi Yi, and the others who belonged to Ning Qi's side were also shocked by this scene. Patriarch, let's return to the grotto heaven and kill this kid. A voice rang out. Jiang Haitao looked at Jiang Tianche and the other 2 elders with an extremely anxious expression. If Ning Qi continued to kill, The Jiang family would suffer extremely heavy losses this time. Their status in the Tiandao family would definitely be shaken in the future. Jiang Tianche glanced at Jiang Haitao and ignored him. Everyone, not only does this kid have strange techniques, but he also has an early-stage Dao-seeking state cultivator as his backer. We have no choice but to invite that patriarch to suppress him. What do you think? Jiang Tianche said. Then what are we waiting for? Invite him. The elders of the various great families stared at the virtual screen solemnly as they said in a low voice. Putting aside Ning Qi's strange techniques, just an early-stage Dao-seeking state cultivator was not someone the Tiandao family could handle. They only had a chance of winning if they invited the little girl sent by Jiang Tianshu. Very quickly, dozens of elders joined forces and conjured a hand seal that entered the depths of the Heaven Dao Pavilion. That was where the little girl was cultivating in seclusion. If only one of the elders made a move, the dermic ripples would not be enough to wake her up. They had to join forces to summon her. What do you all want? You know that I'm in seclusion, yet you still dare to interrupt my cultivation? The little girl suddenly appeared in midair with an irritated look on her face. Greetings, Senior. Jiang Tianche and the rest led all the Heavenly Dao clan's disciples to bow in unison. After bowing, he told her what had happened. The girl's gaze fell on the virtual screen, and her eyes moved slightly. It's that kid. The terrifying scene of Ning Qi transforming into a giant ape and possessing the strength of a late-stage Dao-querying realm cultivator instantly surfaced in her mind. Senior, I don't know where he learned an extremely terrifying celestial art that seems to be able to control time. Other than that, there's also a Dao-querying early-stage existence by his side. Jiang Tianche cupped his fist. You can manipulate time? The little girl's expression suddenly changed. She then let out a self-mocking laugh. That's impossible. He can't possibly be related to that aristocratic family. I'm afraid it's just a similar mystic art. Everything is just an illusion. Last time, there was some sort of power in that kid's body that instantly raised his cultivation base by countless times. That power has already disappeared. I want to see what other trump cards he has up his sleeves this time. When everyone heard this, they instantly heaved a sigh of relief. As long as the little girl was willing to help, the Heavenly Dao clan's crisis would be resolved. They could even get rid of Ning Qi. Almost all the Jiang family disciples are dead. He's about to leave the Jiang family's cave. Everyone stared at the virtual screen in midair. When they realized that Ning Qi was finally about to leave the Jiang family's cave, all the Jiang family disciples present became extremely excited. Not long after, 4 figures broke through the air and arrived. Ning Qi, Little Yurs Waling and Mo Wei. Countless Heavenly Dao clan disciples below looked at the 4 of them. They all had different emotions. How lively! Ning Qi smiled. Are all the Heavenly Dao clan disciples here? Is there anyone who hasn't arrived yet? Call them all over. Ning Beixian, today is the day you die. How dare you cause trouble in the Heaven Dao Pavilion? You could have walked the path to heaven, but you chose to barge into hell. Ning Qi's words instantly infuriated the Heavenly Dao Pavilion disciples. They all cursed at him. Ning Beixian, the ancient immortal clan has become a coward, but you've infiltrated the Heavenly Dao clan. Do you really have the bloodline of the ancient immortal clan flowing in your veins? Jiang Tianche smiled. Jiang Wuguei, didn't you disregard the lives of countless immortals and mortals in the immortal world and release the demons so that the ancient immortal clan would show up and give you a chance to attack in secret? I'm following your wishes and personally representing the ancient immortal clan to express my condolences. If there's anything you want to say it quickly. If you're late, you won't have a chance. Ning Qi smiled. What? The demons were released by the ancient immortals? Apart from the little girl and the ancient immortals, the rest of the Heavenly Dao clan disciples were extremely shocked, but most of them did not believe it. They did not believe that the ancient immortals would do such a thing. However, Ji Xianling was slightly stunned, and then a trace of understanding appeared in her heart. She finally understood why the elders released the demon race. Thinking up to here, Ji Xuanling's expression became extremely complicated. From the perspective of the immortal world, the actions of Jiang Tianche and the others had clearly violated the rules of the righteous Tao. They had already fallen into the category of the demon Tao. However, she was born in the heavenly Tao clan and had an inseparable relationship with them. Nonsense. The demon's invasion of the immortal world was done by you ancient immortals. You're trying to frame the heavenly Tao clan. Is this what you're capable of? What a joke. Jiang Tianche scolded with a stern expression. There was even a hint of mockery in his eyes. The disciples of the various clans immediately understood what was going on when they heard this. Shameless Ning Beixian, the ancient immortal clan betrayed the immortal world during the Great War of the Immortals and Demons. That's why the immortal world has not been able to recover its former glory. This time, you've released the demons into the immortal world and you're trying to smear the heavenly Tao clan's name? You should be punished for your evil intentions. All right. The little girl waved her hand and the crowd's voices immediately disappeared. She looked at Ning Qi calmly with a hint of a smile in her eyes. I'm very interested in the technique you used just now. I have a technique that I'm afraid you'll be even more interested in. Ning Qi smiled. What is it? The little girl smiled. A breath later, her expression suddenly changed. An immortal palace with mottled bloodstains and piles of white bones hanging from its eaves appeared out of thin air behind Ning Qi. At this moment, Ning Qi's aura had completely suppressed the little girl, a mid-stage Tao querying cultivator from the divine Luo world. Chapter 3261. Tao Querying Great Circle? The expressions of Jiang Tianche and the other elders changed. They could feel that Ning Qi's aura had indeed skyrocketed after the hell-subduing immortal palace appeared. But they did not know what the hell-subduing immortal palace represented. But these words came from the mouth of the little girl, and there was a tinge of fear in her eyes. This made them shudder. This kid has infiltrated our clan for many years and suddenly achieved such a cultivation level. Could it be that he obtained some special opportunity in our clan? Thinking of this, Jiang Tianche's expression turned ugly. If the Jiang family's grotto heaven had such an opportunity, but it had been obtained by an ancient immortal, it would be enough to make them vomit blood. How about it? Are you interested in this technique of mine? Ning Qi smiled. Impossible. It's an illusion. Right. Just like your technique that seemed to be able to control time, it's all an illusion. The little girl suddenly shook her head, and then her aura skyrocketed. Surging power surged out of her body, condensing into a huge palm that grabbed towards Ning Qi. Watch me break your illusion. Is this the madness before death? Ning Qi smiled. He could not be bothered to continue tangling with the little girl. Under Ning Qi's control, the terrifying power of the immortal palace crashed towards the little girl's technique. Boom! The difference between Ning Qi and the little girl was like that of an elephant and an ant. The power of the immortal palace completely crushed the little girl's technique into powder. The little girl howled in pain and spat out a mouthful of blood. She knew that she was likely to die in the hands of the other party. In her fear, she shrieked, "You can't kill me! You can't kill me!" Why? Ning Qi paused slightly and did not continue to suppress the little girl. He asked curiously, "Even if you are at the great circle of the Tao querying great circle, you are no match for my young master. If you kill me, my young master will definitely avenge me." The little girl wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and said solemnly, "I can promise you that I will no longer care about the Tiandao family. As long as I find a way to return to Shenluo world, I will leave the immortal world immediately." What? When the crowd saw that the girl was no match for Ning Qi, they fell into extreme panic. Now that the girl was going to leave them alone, wouldn't they all die in the hands of Demon Ning? Ning Qi's current image was that of a peerless demon in the eyes of many of the Heavenly Tao family's disciples. He was an existence even more terrifying than the demon race. Patriarch, the Tiandao family was founded by Patriarch Jiang Tianshu. You can't just wash your hands of it. Jiang Yuanshan suddenly cupped his hands. Seeing this, the other elders also cupped their fists and persuaded. What kind of joke was this? Right now, their final reliance was this little girl. If she didn't care about this matter, what would happen to the Tiandao family? Just thinking about it sent chills down one's spine. Shut up, all of you! The little girl rebuked sternly. In her eyes, Jiang Tianshe and the others were no different from ants. If she could exchange their lives for her own, she would have done it a long time ago. If it wasn't for this group of fellows, how would she have ended up in the immortal world? How could he be nearly killed by a single move today? His life falling into the hands of others? The more she thought about it, the more resentful she became. I can spare your life. As long as you seal the passageway to the Buddha star of the Devil Heaven immortal domain, I can spare your life. Ningqi said calmly. Did you hear that? Seal the passageway now. The little girl looked at Jiang Tianshe and the others coldly. Don't think that I didn't see your little tricks back then. You were the ones who let the demons in. What? Countless disciples of the Heaven Dao sect looked at the little girl in disbelief. Then, they looked at the expressionless Jiang Tianshe and the others and had mixed feelings. If it was Ningqi who said this, they would definitely not believe it. However, since it was said by the little girl, they had no choice but to believe it. Patriarch! Jiang Tianshe took a deep breath and looked at Ningqi. Suddenly, a smile appeared in his eyes. It's a pity. If I knew that you would become the sword that killed my clan, I wouldn't have let you live no matter what. You want to seal the passageway to the demons? That's impossible. Unless Patriarch Tian Shu personally takes action. After all, he was the one who set up the restrictive spell. Even if you destroy my clan today, it's useless. Why don't you retreat now? I promise you that I'll lead the disciples of the Heaven Dao Pavilion to the immortal world and kill the demons. The disciples of the Heaven Dao clan remained silent. Evidently, Jiang Tianshe had admitted that the demons were let in by the elders. Many disciples of the Heaven Dao clan who had feelings for the immortal world felt dispirited. They initially thought that the elders of the various clans did not allow them to leave the Heaven Dao Pavilion and head to the immortal world because they wanted to preserve their strength. However, they did not expect that the Heaven Dao clan had intentionally let the demons in. Thinking back to what Ningqi had said before, it was clear at a glance what the elders' goal was. Do you think that I need dozens of ancient transformation stage cultivators to defend against the demons? Ningqi asked with a smile. Isn't that so? Jiang Tianshe smiled and said, although you're powerful now, you're alone. Including this early-stage Dao querying cultivator, there are only 2 of you. How big is the immortal world? Over the past few years, the demons have successively sent hundreds of ancient transformation stage cultivators, including a demon lord. If we don't act, countless immortals and mortals will die in a short period of time. No matter how powerful you are, you can't possibly take care of the entire immortal world, right? Brother Tianshe is indeed astute. The ancient immortal clan values the lives of immortals and mortals very much. We should be able to use this to threaten Ning Beixian. The elders of the various clans looked at each other and secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He's right. How about this? I'll help you defend against the demons. As for the demons' passageway, I'm afraid that only the young master can seal it personally. I have a way to contact him. The girl said. Even now, you're still using the lives of immortals and mortals to threaten me. Hee. Ningqi laughed. With a thought, the remaining ink guards and blood thorns appeared simultaneously. The Dubhe Divine Armament Dragon, the mighty miracle general, and the leader of the Ink Guards exuded the aura of the late-stage Tao querying cultivators. As they hovered in the air and stared coldly at the people below, a hint of panic finally appeared in Jiang Tianche's eyes. He looked shocked. These are all Tao querying cultivators? Why are there so many Tao querying cultivators? Where did they come from? Could it be the ancient immortal clan? Chapter 3262. The little girl's face was ashen. The expressions of Jiang Tianche and the others were even uglier. No matter how they tried, they could not understand why the Tiandao family clan had not produced a single Tao querying realm cultivator for so many years. Yet, in such a short period of time, this junior whom they could easily kill had managed to gather such a terrifying force. An incomparably terrifying force. What was going on? Where exactly did something go wrong? Jiang Tianche murmured to himself. He had plotted for the Tiandao family step by step, wanting to wipe out the ancient immortal clan. Was it wrong? Mighty Miracle Divine General, listen up. Ningqi said calmly. Yes, sir. Mighty Miracle Divine General half knelt in front of Ningqi and said in a low voice. His voice was like a bell that struck the hearts of Jiang Tianche and the rest, causing their blood to boil and their faces to darken. The scene in front of them was too shocking. A late-stage Tao querying realm cultivator was kneeling in front of Ningqi. Kill everyone above the Emperor realm. Don't leave a single one alive. Ningqi said calmly. Yes. Mighty Miracle Divine General stood up and waved the huge hammer in his hand, smashing it towards the girl. The girl was a mid-stage Tao querying realm cultivator. Ningqi had ordered her to be killed. Ning Beixian, what are you doing? My young master is... A look of panic flashed in the girl's eyes. She had already been seriously injured when she fought with Ningqi. How could she be a match for a late-stage Tao querying realm cultivator? I know. Your young master is Jiang Tianshu. Don't worry. I will fight my way to Shenluo world and send him down to accompany you. Ningqi said calmly. Bang bang bang. Mighty Miracle Divine General hammered 3 times and smashed the girl into dust. After she died, her soul wasn't destroyed. Instead, it was enveloped by a faint golden light. A circle of light appeared above her soul, which seemed to be a passageway to some place. Ning Beixian, just you wait. My young master set up a soul-gathering plate for me in Shenluo world. Even if you destroy my body, my soul will return to Shenluo world. When I return to the immortal world, all living beings in the immortal world will be buried with you. The girl's face was filled with hatred as she glared at Ningqi. Although her soul was preserved, her cultivation had been destroyed. She would have to cultivate again to reconstruct her body, which would take a lot of time. Roar. Mighty Miracle Divine General let out a furious roar and smashed his hammer at the girl's divine soul. However, his hammer was blocked by the golden light outside the girl's divine soul. The soul-gathering plate was personally set up by young master. A mere late-stage Tao querying realm wants to stop me from returning? What a joke. Ning Beixian, remember my face. The next time you see it, it will be the day you die. A hint of mockery flashed in the girl's eyes. When the mighty Miracle Divine General realized that he really couldn't keep the little girl's divine soul, a trace of shame flashed across his eyes. Ningqi looked at her indifferently. When the girl's divine soul was about to pass through the passage and leave this place, the hell-suppressing immortal palace behind Ningqi suddenly emitted a black light. It completely ignored the golden light around the girl's body and trapped her within it, pulling her toward the hell-suppressing immortal palace. What happened? There was a trace of horror in the girl's eyes as she struggled frantically. However, she was only left with her divine soul, and her strength was probably comparable to a second-step expert. She couldn't break free from the restraint of the black light at all. In front of countless people, she was dragged into the hell-suppressing immortal palace, accompanied by a desperate howl. There was a mottled blood stain on the surface of the hell-suppressing immortal palace. However, the blood stain was only the size of a pinky. There were also some fist-sized bloodstains beside it. So this is how the bloodstains came about. Ning Qi's eyes flickered slightly. Sir, we are willing to serve you as our master. After witnessing the terror of the hell-suppressing immortal palace, Jiang Tianche immediately knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Ning Qi. This was their only chance of survival. Upon seeing this, some of the elders from the various clans also knelt down, while some were unwilling. In fact, they knew that even if they knelt down, they might not be able to save their lives. In that case, why should they embarrass themselves in front of the younger generation? When Jiang Haitao and the rest saw this, they first looked humiliated, but then they knelt down along with Jiang Tianche and the rest. Your desire to survive is really strong. Ning Qi looked at Jiang Tianche and could not help but sigh. Jiang Tianche could shamelessly fight for a chance of survival for his own life. This was something Ning Qi could not do. Sir, please leave us alive so that we can atone for our crimes. Jiang Tianche looked at Ning Qi with incomparable respect. Kill them all, Ning Qi said indifferently. Upon receiving the order, Divine General Mighty Miracle immediately emitted a terrifying pressure from his body. Jiang Tianche and the other ancient transformations all prostrated on the ground, regardless of whether they were willing to kneel or not. The terrifying pressure was like a huge mountain that could hold up the sky, making them unable to move at all. Boom! Divine General Mighty Miracle flew up and smashed his hammer on the various elders of the Tiandao clan. These ancient transformations didn't even have the slightest ability to resist the attack of a late-stage Dao querying realm cultivator. They were turned into ashes on the spot. The disciples of the Tiandao clan, who were unable to move after being suppressed by Divine General Mighty Miracle's aura, could only watch helplessly as their elders died in Ning Qi's hands. A look of despair appeared on their faces. They knew that from today onwards, the Tiandao clan would no longer exist. Ning Qi smiled and waved his hand. Bai Di, Wen Xian monk, Qi Yi, and the rest were instantly enveloped by the power of the immortal palace and flew to Ning Qi's side. What followed was a massacre. 10 minutes later, the Heaven Dao Pavilion was almost smashed to pieces by Divine General Mighty Miracle. Ji Xianling, Ji Xianshu, Ji Xianzhu, Ji Xiandao, and the other emperors of the Ji clan stood in the ruins, their faces extremely pale. Apart from them, all the disciples of the Heaven Dao Pavilion were dead. Not long after, 9 blood spikes appeared and said in unison, Master, there are no more living beings in the 9 major grotto heavens. Yes. Ning Qi smiled. His gaze fell on Ji Xianling and the rest. Why didn't you kill us? Ji Xianling looked at Ning Qi with a complicated expression. No matter what, you and I were once master and disciple. Take care of yourselves, Ning Qi said calmly. In the next moment, he waved his hand and disappeared on the spot with everyone. Xianling, what should we do? Ji Xianzhu looked at Ji Xianling with a pale expression. Master and disciple, huh? Ji Xianling laughed self-deprecatingly and swept her gaze across. From now on, there will no longer be a Tiandao clan. The elders have already tasted the consequences of their wrongdoings, but this is far from enough. With that, she disappeared on the spot in a flash. Chapter 3263. If I'm not mistaken, Xianling probably already knew that it was the elders who opened the passageway to the immortal world. She's been troubled lately, and now she's probably feeling guilty. Ji Xianshu sighed and paused. He glanced at Ji Xiandao and Ji Xianzhu. Ning Beixian is too powerful. It's impossible for us to take revenge in the immortal world. Then what should we do? Ji Xiandao clenched his fists. Only in the Shunluo realm will there be a chance. Ji Xuanshu's gaze focused as he looked into the distance. Divine Luo world? But even Elder Su and the others can't go, So how are we supposed to go? Ji Xianzhu said with a frown. There's always a way. As long as I don't die, there's always a chance. Ji Xianzhu said. The three of them looked at each other, and stood in the ruins for a full hour before they turned around and left. They knew that Ning Qi would not leave any of the resources in the Heaven Dao Pavilion for them, so they could not be bothered to look at them. Hollow Immortal Hall. With the sacred concubine in the lead, Dongfang Haojie and the others sat on both sides of the hall with solemn expressions. Ning Qi had been missing for several years, and in these few years, the situation in the celestial world had changed greatly. Ancient transformation realm existences had descended from the Devil Clan, followed closely by the fierce ghost Devil Master. It was an extremely disgusting third-step existence with terrifying strength. The border of the ancient heavenly court was breached by the devil race in a single day. Countless mortals and immortals died. The devil race only took half a year to conquer the ancient heavenly court, then the ancient heavenly court, Brahma heaven, and other immortal realms fell one after another. The immortal world didn't have a good way to stop them. He could fight guerrilla warfare with the demons. Now, there are ancient demons leading armies to invade every major immortal realm. If this goes on, the entire immortal realm, apart from the homeworld, will fall in less than 5 years. Duan Injun sighed and said, We're in the Void Immortal Hall. The demons won't be able to find this place. Li Macho said lightly. Hearing this, everyone revealed a bitter smile. They knew Li Macho's temperament. There were only a few people she cared about. The lives and deaths of those irrelevant immortals were naturally insignificant to her. Everyone, if you really can't stop them, you can only temporarily avoid them. The demons aren't omnipotent. Right now, many immortals have already fled to various ghost domains. The universe is vast, and the demons can't possibly step into every corner and kill them all. Saint Consort Cold Sky said slowly. Ling Ming, why don't we return to the central continent first? Wang Lin and his wife looked at each other. The central continent. Almost everyone in the hall came from the central continent. That was their true home. I agree. Duan Injun nodded. This, Taoist Jiao rubbed his bald head. Unless he had no other choice, he really didn't want to go to that kind of place. If we go to the central continent, what if Master comes back and can't find us? Why can't the boss find us? The entire Void Immortal Hall is his. Duan Injun glared at Taoist Jiao. Actually, if that person from the ancestral planet were to act, we might be able to fight. Dongfang Haojie hesitated for a bit and looked at Saint Consort Cold Sky. Saint Consort, if you go and persuade him, is there a chance of that person acting? Li Xian had been sitting there without saying a word. After hearing this, she immediately looked at Saint Consort Cold Sky's belly and shook her head. The situation is dangerous right now, so don't let Big Sister take any risk. After all, there is a baby in her belly that could be born at any moment. That's right. Wang Lin nodded and agreed with Li Xian. Ning Haotian had already disappeared, so he didn't want anything to happen to his second great-grandson. Report. A figure stumbled in. His whole body was covered in wounds and blood was flowing out. Seeing this, Dongfang Haojie took the initiative to stabilize his injuries. Then he said with a serious expression, How did you get injured? Didn't I say that for a short period of time, everyone has to stay in the Void Immortal Hall? Is the Celestial Palace not going to make a move? It's the young masters. The figure weakly spoke. The figure said weakly. However, as soon as he opened his mouth, everyone's expression changed. Li Macho's divine sense spread out and indeed, didn't find Hu Qingzi's figure. Her expression became extremely gloomy. Over the years, the higher-ups of the war god temples all had their own children, and their children had their own children. These little fellows were born with golden spoons in their mouths, so they didn't lack cultivation talent or resources. They were the geniuses that the war god temple focused on nurturing. There were more than 100 of them. Although they weren't at Ning Haotian's level, the people below them all called them young masters. After a while, everyone looked at Saint Consort Cold Sky with serious expressions. From the seriously injured disciple of the War God Temple, they learned that not only the 3 daughters of Dongfang Haojie and his wife, but all the other direct descendants and descendants had secretly left the Void Immortal Temple and went to the Langya Immortal Domain, which was currently in the most dangerous situation. That was a place the Devil clan focused on, and the fierce ghost Devil Lord was also there. However, this group of fellows were not stupid enough to throw their lives away. They were only looking for some weaker Devil clan members to practice with. Originally, it should have been quite safe, but in the end, they accidentally encountered a team led by the ancient Devil clan. Now, they were all trapped on a planet, because the ancient Devil clan was planning to play cat and mouse. Rat didn't kill all the cultivators on the planet immediately. Instead, he isolated the entire planet, so they couldn't even use the method to return to the Void Immortal Temple. The seriously injured War God Temple disciple was more clever. Seeing that the situation wasn't right, and he wasn't isolated on the planet, he risked being seriously injured by the Devil clan to return to the Void Immortal Temple at the last moment. What an unfilial son! Li Minji cursed in a low voice. He could be considered an old member of the War God Temple, but compared to Dongfang Haojie and the others, he was a bit less experienced. In these years, his cultivation had reached the Golden Immortal Realm, but in the Devil clan, he couldn't even be considered cannon fodder. Now, his only son was trapped on that planet. Knowing that he was going to die, he was really angry. I won't save him. Dongfang Haojie closed his eyes and shook his head. With the strength of the Void Immortal Temple, it was impossible to save those guys from the hands of the ancient Transformation Realm Devil clan. Husband Dongfang Yulua's eyes were red as she looked at him. She also knew that it was basically impossible to save those little guys. But could it be that she just let them die in the hands of the Devil clan? Thinking about this, Dongfang Yulua couldn't help but look at the Cold Sky Saint concubine with a pleading look in her eyes. I'll go to the mysterious sword sect. The Cold Sky Saint concubine stood up. The moment she stood up, her stomach became even more obvious. If that old man in green is willing to help, they might have a chance to live. Wang Lin nodded. Ling Ming, sit down. I'll make a trip myself. Ning Qi led the White Emperor and the others into the hall. His body moved and instantly appeared next to the Cold Sky Saint concubine. He looked at her stomach with a gentle gaze. Lord? Chapter 3264. The little guy in your stomach is still not willing to come out. Ning Qi rubbed the belly of the Saint concubine and chuckled. The Saint concubine looked at him shyly and then seriously said, Those little guys are trapped in the Langya celestial realm. Is husband confident? If not, perhaps we can ask the old mister to help. No need, I'll go there myself. Ning Qi smiled. He had the heaven talisman and could arrive in an instant. Seeing that Ning Qi was very confident, everyone let out a long sigh of relief in their hearts. Grandpa, Grandma, look who I've brought back. Ning Qi suddenly looked at Wang Lin and his wife. With a thought, a figure appeared beside Ning Qi. It was a woman in a palace dress. Everyone stared dumbfoundedly at Wang Muting, not knowing who she was. However, Wang Lin and Fei Yuding's eyes instantly became red. They looked at each other in disbelief, then quickly walked up to Wang Muting and stretched out their trembling hands. Father, Mother, your daughter is unfilial. Wang Muting excitedly held the hands of the two elders. At this time, little Yu Er and Zhuo Ling also told everyone that Wang Muting was Ning Qi's mother. Oh no, oh no! Duan Ingjun excitedly looked at Wang Muting. The Saint concubine's expression changed slightly, becoming a bit unstable. She looked at Ning Qi with fear, and Ning Qi happened to look at her. He smiled and said, Don't be afraid, mother's temper is very good. It's not difficult to get along with her. Only then did the saint concubine feel a bit relieved and curiously looked at Wang Muting. After the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, Wang Muting and Wang Lin finally finished talking. Their gazes swept around and fell on the saint concubine. Mother-in-law. No matter where, the relationship between a daughter-in-law and mother-in-law was always a bit special. Although the saint concubine was a strong woman, seeing Wang Muting for the first time still made her a bit nervous. You're very good. Thank you for taking care of Bei Xian all these years. Back in the central continent, Bei Xian said you saved him several times. Wang Muting smiled and nodded. Why are you talking about the past with mother? The saint consort secretly pinched Ning Qi. In fact, she was very afraid of others finding out that she was once the saint concubine of the White Tiger Empire. Although nothing had ever happened between her and the emperor of the White Tiger Empire, it was still easy for others to denounce her. Miss Li Xian, Bei Xian has told me about your situation. Wang Muting smiled at Li Xian. What's the matter with me? Li Xian lowered her head guiltily. Other than a few people, Dongfang Haojie and the others did not know about the relationship between Ning Qi and Li Xian. Wang Muting giggled and said, Since I'm back this time, let's settle your matter as well. Mother, you guys continue chatting. I'll make a trip first. As soon as Ning Qi's voice fell, his figure disappeared on the spot. I wanted to go and experience it with boss. You left so quickly. Duan Injun sighed. Lang Yu Immortal Region. 80 to 90% of the planets had already been occupied by the demon race. The places that were originally full of immortal qi were now overflowing with demonic flames. Countless immortals and mortals had turned into demonic creatures that had lost their minds, living like walking corpses on these planets. Shadow Stream Star. Level 7 planet. There were primordial immortals guarding the place, but those primordial immortals had all fled to the ghost realm because of the demon race's invasion. Now, the strongest beings on Shadow Stream Star were only heavenly immortals, and they were not even cannon fodder in front of the demon race's army. The Taishu sect, which used to be the most powerful on Shadow Stream Star, had long been reduced to ruins. Now, there were tens of thousands of immortals occupying the place. These immortals' cultivation ranged from human immortals to heavenly immortals. The only similarity was that they were all in a sorry state and covered in blood. Some of them were supposed to be geniuses, some had been famous for many years, and some were even the leaders of some sect. He was the leader of a certain sect, but at this moment, everyone was trapped on the Shadow Stream planet, becoming the demon's playthings. Miss Lingxian, will the seniors of the War God Temple come to rescue us? In the center of the tens of thousands of people, a group of people was surrounded by the crowd. Countless hopeful gazes fell on them. An early-stage heavenly immortal looked at one of the women and asked in a low voice, Dongfang Lingxian, the eldest daughter of Dongfang Haojie and his wife. Apart from her, Dongfang Pei'er and Dongfang Lixin were also present. There were also hundreds of children of other high-level members. But now they regretted sneaking out of the void immortal temple and ending up like this. My father is also no match for the ancient transformation realm demon race. But now the demon race wants to play with us. Every few days they send a group of demon race to kill us. We won't die for the time being. As long as we are alive, everything will turn for the better. Dongfang Lingxian said calmly. At this time, a figure quietly appeared among the crowd. But everyone was very tired, and they had to guard against the demon race's attack, so no one noticed Ning Qi's appearance. This group of little guys is still alive. Ning Qi smiled and immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Since your father is no match for the ancient transformation realm demon race, why did you take the risk to come to Langia Celestial Domain? This time, we were surrounded by the demon race. Don't tell me it was you who leaked the news? I heard that you let the demon race in. Someone said in a strange tone. When everyone heard this, They looked at Dongfang Lingxian and the others with a strange expression. If it was a few years ago, they would definitely refute it. But over the years, with the decline of the ancient heavenly court's border, and then more and more celestial domains fell into the hands of the demon race, the war god temple also didn't show up. On the contrary, their presence was extremely low, and Ning Qi didn't appear. There were many conspiracy theories on the All Heavens forum. These conspiracies once again pointed the finger at the ancient Immortal Clan and the War God Temple that was known to be related to the ancient Immortal Clan. You guys don't know what's good for you. If it wasn't for you, we wouldn't even have the chance to leave. You guys can still leave? Let's see how we can leave. Stop arguing. Look at the time, the demon race is coming. We'd better get ready. Hu Qingzi was wearing a purple robe and holding a horsetail whisk. She looked like a smaller version of Li Macho. At this time, she showed far more calmness than ordinary people. Macho's continuous training with her is indeed effective. Ning Qi's eyes flashed with a trace of a smile. He didn't plan to show up. He wanted to see how Dongfang Lingxian and the others would deal with the situation. Hey, why do you look so unfamiliar? I don't think I've seen you before. An Earth Immortal finally noticed Ning Qi and came forward curiously. There are so many cultivators here. It's normal that you haven't seen me before. Ning Qi smiled. Chapter 3265. Roar! A furious roar came from all directions, and then the ground started to tremble as if a colossus was advancing towards them. Judging from this momentum, I'm afraid we're doomed. How should I address you, fellow cultivator? I'm Tsun Might, and I'm quite proficient in the art of reading faces. I can see that your forehead is full and your violet aura is rising, so you shouldn't have such a calamity in your life. The Earth Immortal shook his head when he saw the commotion, and he disregarded life and death in a carefree manner. He then looked at Ning Qi and smiled. Look up there. Ning Qi pointed at the sky. Tsun Might was slightly stunned. He looked up and saw a huge throne suddenly descending from the sky. It was tens of kilometers long, and an extremely ugly fellow sat at the center of the throne. His body was as large as an elephant, but his head was like a mung bean, as if he didn't have a head. Countless devils stood around the throne, and they emitted a monstrous demonic aura and black smoke. It's that ancient transformation realm devil. I heard he's a cultivator from the ferocious ghost tribe. I'm afraid he's tired of playing and is preparing to kill us. Tsun Might stared at the ancient transformation realm devil with a gloomy gaze. The countless cultivators below felt despair when they saw the throne. However, they didn't intend to give up, and they were still fully prepared to welcome the devils that were charging over from all directions. He Tuin, it's rare for you to pass through the area under my jurisdiction. No matter what, I have to let you enjoy a show. The one who spoke was the ugly devil at the center of the throne. Suddenly, a figure appeared beside him. That figure was about the same size as him, and it was also extremely ugly. It only had a head and no body. This reminded Ning Qi of Tu Gui, who he killed on Pagoda Star. That fellow was also from the ferocious ghost tribe. The one who came out was probably Tu Yin's brother. Otherwise, how could they both be so ugly? Zai Shi, they're just a bunch of heaven immortal ants. How can this be considered a show? I just need to blow a breath, and they'll all die. Tu Yin smiled strangely. Although Dongfang Lingxian and the others were indignant, they knew that what he said was true. With their cultivation, they couldn't even withstand a breath. It's not the same. There are over 100 little fellows here, and they're cultivators from the War God Shrine. I heard that your brother was killed by Ning Beixian from the War God Shrine? Zai Shi smiled. They actually know our identities? Dongfang Lingxian and the others looked at each other in shock. What? A cultivator from the War God Temple? Tu Yin immediately became spirited. After a few breaths after Zai Shi's introduction, he let out a series of strange laughter. His gaze fell on Dongfang Lingxian and the others. His frightening and cold eyes immediately sent chills down their spines. Not only that, but I also deliberately let a little fellow go. According to what I know, this group of cultivators from the War God Shrine has a special method that allows them to instantly disappear and return to their sect. Even us ancient transformation realm cultivators can't track them, and we can only use forbidden techniques to isolate them. The little guy should bring us a large group of cultivators from the War God Temple. At that time, we can slowly interrogate them and find out the method. What do you think? Jersey laughed. Tu Yin's eyes became brighter and brighter. From the beginning until the end, they had never lowered their voices when they spoke. Their voices were like thunder rumbling in the clouds, and the immortals below could naturally hear them clearly. It seems like the War God Temple really has nothing to do with the demon race. Everyone thought to themselves. At this time, the rumbling sounds from all directions became even louder, and the shaking frequency of the ground also increased. Black dots appeared in the four directions of north, south, east, and west. Then, everyone saw what they were. They were 4 cows. They weren't ordinary cows. Their bodies were wrapped in black smoke, and their bodies were huge. They were 30 meters tall, and their auras were around the golden, immortal level. They were much stronger than Dongfang Lingxian and the others. Everyone had already fallen into despair. When they saw these 4 terrifying demonic cows, the last bit of fighting spirit they had left in them vanished. In just a few minutes, a few of them would charge forward and crush the tens of thousands of immortals. This was the attitude of the demon race towards the immortals. Cruel, humiliating, and torturing. Everyone, even if we die, we can't die in vain. If we can join forces and kill one of these cows, it will be the last of our strength for this war. Dongfang Lingxian soared into the sky, and her other 2 younger sisters followed closely behind. The remaining disciples of the War God Temple looked at each other and flew to Dongfang Lingxuan's side, shouting in unison, "Fight! Fight! Fight! Fight!" The immortals who had already lost their will to fight felt their blood boil again. They flew into the air and stared at the 4 demonic bulls with vicious eyes that looked as if they were facing death with equanimity. "Look at how spirited these little guys are," Zai Shi cackled. The hundreds of thousands of devils standing on the edge of the throne laughed out loud. The 4 cows were about to charge into the crowd. Ning Qi was just about to make a move when he looked up at the sky with a surprised expression. "Take this!" A long roar echoed. At the same time, a golden staff appeared out of thin air and heavily struck the throne. Not only were Tu Yin and Zai Shi at the early ancient transformation realm stunned, but the hundreds of thousands of devils they brought were also instantly annihilated. With a thought from Ning Qi, the 4 cows fell to the ground and died. Then, he looked up at the sky with a faint smile. Wukong wore golden chainmail and a violet gold phoenix feather crown. He stood in the sky like a god of war descending from the heavens. "Who are you?" Tu Yin and Zai Shi looked at the monkey with lingering fear in their hearts. Wukong's strength was comparable to the mid-stage ancient transformation realm. But didn't the Tiandao family, the only ancient transformation realm in the celestial world, hide a long time ago? The celestial race cultivators below were also dumbfounded by this turn of event. Then, Dongfang Lingxian, Hu Qingzi, and the others all cried out in surprise. "Brother Monkey! Uncle Wukong! What? So it's the reinforcements from the War God Temple. That's right. I remember now. This is Senior Bei Xian's direct disciple. Back then, he taught the devils a lesson at the border of the ancient heavenly court. I didn't expect him to be so powerful that even the ancient transformation realm devils aren't a match for him. With a single strike, hundreds of thousands of devils were annihilated, and even the throne was destroyed. Those 2 ancient transformation realm devils seemed to have been injured as well. Everyone was extremely excited. The celestial race cultivators, who thought they were going to die and didn't have the mood to start a live broadcast, took out their all-heaven talismans and started a live broadcast. Chapter 3266. Tu Yin and Zhe Shi were extremely furious when they heard Wukong's arrogant words. As ancient transformation realm experts of the ferocious ghost tribe, when had they suffered such insults? However, the power of that staff strike was simply too terrifying. It had injured the two of them and killed hundreds of thousands of demons. As a result, the two of them did not dare to act blindly without thinking. All Heaven's live streaming platform. Since the invasion of the Devil Race, most of the live broadcasts had been changed to live broadcasts of the battlefield, broadcasting the scene of resisting the Devil Race. Even though the content of the stream was monotonous, the number of users was increasing. Only through the streaming platform could one objectively see the current situation in the immortal world. This streaming room is a little strange. Those two are ancient transformation realm devils, right? With such an ugly appearance, he should be from a fierce ghost tribe. Xing Yue had just exited from a live broadcast room. That live broadcast room had already been closed because the owner of the live broadcast room had already been killed by the Demon Clan. Soon after, she discovered the live broadcast room on Shadowstream. That's a senior from the Demon Clan. He's actually able to go against two ancient transformation realm experts? Not long after, more and more users poured in. Some recognized the identity of Tu Yin and Goku, and some recognized the identity of Goku. So it's his disciple. Xing Yue had a complicated look in her eyes. Are you going to kneel or not? Wukong spoke again. Although your cultivation is strong, this Langya immortal domain has long been occupied by my demon clan. Not long after, the fierce ghost demon lord will personally come here. I think it's better for you to escape first. Zhe Shi suddenly said with a smile. There was a hint of mockery in his tone, as if he was fearless. Then I won't waste my breath with you. Goku let out a long laugh and swung his rod at the two of them. Eat Grandpa's rod. Let's work together to block him. As long as we can buy some time, we'll be able to wait for the fierce ghost demon lord. Zhe Shi immediately transmitted his voice. Tu Yin nodded slowly. The two's auras continued to rise, and the surging demonic flames condensed together. They planned to retreat in order to advance. They would first resist Wukong's staff before considering other things. Boom! The golden rod in Wukong's hand instantly became countless times larger, and it fiercely bombarded the defensive shield that the two had cast. The next moment the defensive shield shattered. The rod landed directly on the two men's heads. How is this possible? The two of them stared at this scene with their mouths agape. It was already too late for them to do anything. Bang! Tu Yin's and Zhe Shi's corporeal bodies were blasted apart by this rod, and even their divine souls didn't manage to escape as they both died under the rod. When the viewers in the live broadcast room saw this scene, a look of disbelief appeared on their faces. Then, they immediately notified all of their friends and family. More and more users poured into the live broadcast room, and the All Heavens forum was instantly filled with thousands of posts about this battle. Good news! The two ancient transformations of the evil ghost tribe were no match for our immortal seniors. The celestial dimension was already in a precarious situation. Now that Wukong had suddenly appeared and annihilated two ancient transformation realm devils in one go, it instantly caused great waves to arise in the celestial dimension that was like a pool of stagnant water. After Wukong killed Tu Yin and Zhe Shi, he smashed the two's restrictive spell with his rod. Dongfang Lingxian and the others immediately went forward. You bunch of little fellows, why did you run out like this? Where's my master? Wukong grinned. Dongfang Lingxian and the others immediately showed a trace of shame on their faces. If Goku hadn't arrived in time today, they might all have died here. Uncle Beixian isn't back yet. Dongfang Lingxian said. He's not back yet. Wukong scratched his ears and cheeks for a while, then immediately said, The devils will be here soon. You guys go back to the Void Immortal Hall first. What about you? Hu Qingzi hurriedly said. Me? Let's kill more devils first. Wukong smiled. Alright, then let's go back first. Master and the others must have already known about this. Hu Qingzi nodded and looked at Dongfang Lingxian. Just as everyone was about to return to the Void Immortal Hall, a voice rang out of nowhere. Then, another restrictive spell fell from above, isolating everyone from the outside world. You want to leave after killing 2 of my evil ghost tribe's ancient transformation realm experts? How can there be such a cheap thing in this world? A huge ball of flesh appeared above everyone. There were countless faces on this ball of flesh. Some of these faces looked like men, and some looked like women. Without exception, all of them had their eyes open and were looking at Wukong and the others with mocking eyes. Evil Ghost Demon Lord? Everyone's expression changed drastically. A trace of seriousness appeared in Wukong's eyes. The All Heavens live broadcast platform immediately burst into an uproar. The evil Ghost Demon Lord actually came here personally. This senior Wukong is probably going to fall. It's a pity that our human race has finally improved. Sigh. The devils of the evil ghost tribe all look so ugly. If one's state of mind is unstable, they will lose their will to fight when they see their appearance. I'll break the restrictive spell. You guys go first. Don't hesitate. Wukong's voice sounded in the ears of Dongfang Lingxian and the others. Then, he roared and swung his rod at the restrictive spell. The countless faces on the evil ghost demon lord looked at Wukong mockingly and did not move. Bang! Wukong's rod landed on the restrictive spell. Not only did it not break, but a huge recoil returned to his body. His whole body was like a cannonball, smashing heavily into the ground. When everyone saw this scene, they already knew that they would probably die today. Wukong crawled out of the ground and spat out a mouthful of mud. He soared into the air in a somewhat sorry state and stared at the evil ghost demon lord. Your aptitude is not bad. I remember you. Before I descended, you were just a little monkey who hadn't even reached the Emperor realm. I didn't expect you to reach the middle stage of the ancient transformation realm in such a short time. What opportunity did you get? The evil ghost demon lord was not in a hurry to kill Wukong. He seemed to be curious about how Wukong's cultivation had progressed so quickly. I was born with outstanding aptitude. What opportunity do I need? Do you think I'm as ugly as you? Wukong grinned. Whether it was the immortal cultivators present or the cultivators from all sides who saw this scene through the live broadcast, they all felt a trace of admiration for Wukong. Under such circumstances, he still dared to insult the evil ghost demon lord. There were probably not many people in the immortal world with such courage. You don't want to say it? It's okay. I see that you care a lot about these little guys. Why don't I swallow them one by one in front of you first? When the time comes, you should take the initiative to tell me. The evil ghost demon lord smiled. With a thought, Hu Qingzi's petite body suddenly flew uncontrollably in the direction of the evil ghost demon lord. Chapter 3267. Put her down. Wukong roared and struck out with his staff again. A huge hand suddenly stretched out of the demon lord's meatball-like body and slapped Wukong into the ground as if he were a fly. The immortals were speechless as they watched the scene unfold in the livestream. A trace of fear could be seen in their eyes. Such a demon. How could he block it? You're no match for me. The gap between the ancient transformation and the Tao querying realm is not something you can imagine. The demon lord cackled. Is that so? He was probably a perfected Tao querying cultivator in his previous life. Can you imagine that level? A voice suddenly rang out. Fellow Taoist, it's you? Soon Takashi looked at Ning-Chi, dumbfounded. The nearby immortals also looked over with bewildered expressions. Who's that? Don't tell me he's scared out of his wits. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Ning-Chi stepped into the air. With every step, his aura skyrocketed. When he reached the same height as the fierce ghost demon lord, the hell-suppressing celestial palace appeared behind him. This scene not only shocked Dongfang Lingxian and the others, but also the immortals from various realms who were watching the battle through the live broadcast channel. They were inexplicably shocked. The Void Immortal Palace. Dongfang Haojie and the others heaved a sigh of relief when they saw Ning-Chi. They had been looking for Ning-Chi in the livestream, but there was no trace of him. They thought Ning-Chi had not arrived at Shadowstream Planet yet. Don't worry. Young Master is extremely powerful now. Even the heaven-destroying demon lord is no match for him. Little Yu said confidently. Really? Li Macho's eyes flashed with suspicion. Big Sister Macho, although you've been cultivating very hard, you're still a bit slower than young Master. Little Yu smiled. Li Macho nodded noncommittally, then looked at the livestream expressionlessly. Who is this fellow Taoist? Soon Takashi looked at Ning-Chi, dumbfounded. Even a fool could see that Ning-Chi's cultivation was terrifying. In terms of aura, he had completely crushed the demon lord. Immortal Palace? The ferocious ghost demon lord sucked in a breath of cold air. The countless faces on his meatball-like body were all shocked. How could there be such an existence in the immortal realm? Such strength was already comparable to the heaven-destroying demon lord. It's Uncle Beixian. Dongfang Lingxian cried out in surprise. Beixian? Ning Beixian? At this time, Goku also climbed out of the ground and shook his head. Then, his gaze fell on Ning-Chi and his eyes showed surprise. Ning Beixian. Immortals everywhere finally recognized Ning-Chi from the scene in the live broadcast room. They were extremely shocked. Ning-Chi had only disappeared for a few years, and when he reappeared, his cultivation was even deeper than a third-step existence like Fierce Ghost Demon Master? Ancestral Star. Xianjian Sect. The green-robed old man and King Qin Guangwang sat together. There was also an all-heaven talisman in front of them, and they were broadcasting the battle on Shadowstream Planet. This immortal palace. King Qingguang took a deep breath and looked at the green-robed elder. Do you recognize him? The green-robed elder had an unprecedentedly dull expression on his face. It was as if he couldn't hear King Qingguang's voice, and he just stared at the scene in front of him. His eyes fell on the immortal palace behind Ning-Chi, and there was a hint of disbelief, shock, surprise, fear, and all kinds of other complicated emotions in his eyes. Looks like you recognize it. Isn't this the Divine Emperor Beixian's immortal palace? You personally told me that this kid can't be the reincarnation of the Divine Emperor. What do you say now? King Qingguang said in a deep voice. How could Master have reincarnated? He can't possibly die. The green-robed elder murmured to himself. Qingfeng, although the Divine Emperor Beixian is powerful, do you really not know the situation in Shenlua world? There are countless people who are more powerful than the Divine Emperor Beixian. Maybe the Divine Emperor Beixian encountered a powerful enemy, and after he died, he reincarnated into the deity world and tried to make a comeback. King Qingguang sighed. Can you make a trip for me? The green-robed elder said in a low voice. Now, he no longer had an enigmatic expression on his face. Instead, he looked like a student who had made a mistake and was about to meet the dean. Okay, I'll go there for you. Qin Guangwang nodded his head. His figure moved and disappeared on the spot. The green-robed elder looked at Ning-Chi's face in the live broadcast room, and a face suddenly appeared in his mind. Gradually, the two faces overlapped. Although his appearance was different, his demeanor was exactly the same. Why didn't I think of that? Why didn't I think of that? Which great sage of the ancient immortal clan are you? The fierce ghost demon lord stared at Ning-Chi. his mind racing, looking for an opportunity to escape. When he saw the immortal palace behind Ningqi, he lost the will to fight. Ningqi smiled and waved his hand lightly. Hu Qingzi immediately escaped from the fierce ghost demon lord's control and flew to his side. That was close. Hu Qingzi patted his chest, then hugged Ningqi's thigh and revealed half of his head. She shouted at the fierce ghost demon lord, "Ugly monster, you're dead! Don't think about escaping. You can run for a while, but can you run forever?" Ningqi smiled. "I admit that you are very strong, but—" Fierce ghost demon master's eyes flashed with a hint of brilliance. Heaven-defeating demon master will be able to take the fourth step in a few days. At that time, even 100 of you will not be his opponent. The celestial world is already hopeless. If you are willing to rely on my clan, you will definitely become an existence that is above millions of people and enjoy glory and splendor with my clan. The fourth step? When the immortals heard this, they couldn't help but be shocked. If Ningqi hadn't appeared, there wouldn't have been a third step existence in the celestial world. But now, the heaven demon lord of the Devil Clan was about to break through to the fourth step? Such an existence could probably destroy the current celestial world by himself. The fierce ghost demon lord. Will Ning Beixian join the demon race? During the first Immortal Demon War, the celestial world lost so badly because the ancient immortal clan suddenly joined the demon race. If it wasn't for the Tiandao family, the celestial world would have been dominated by the demon race. Are you stupid? How could Senior Beixian join the demon race? And you're still talking about the Tiandao family? Where are they now? Did you see who helped me to wait? Ignore this idiot. Are you trying to recruit me? Ningqi smiled. I'm just giving you a path to heaven. The fierce ghost demon lord said softly. There's no need. I have my own path. Ningqi smiled and shook his head. See you next time. Chapter 3268. Stay here. Ningqi chuckled, and a special force immediately wrapped around the fierce ghost demon lord. The formation that he had successfully cast was gradually fading away. What's going on? You can control time? The ferocious ghost demon lord was dumbfounded. What answered him was the terrifying collision of the hell-suppressing immortal palace. Boom! The ferocious ghost demon lord's ugly body instantly exploded, turning into a rain of blood. Dead. The evil ghost demon lord is dead. In front of the heavenly talismans were astonished faces. However, those faces were soon filled with ecstasy. The strongest existence of the devil race was already dead. As long as Ningqi was there, the devil race left in the immortal world was no longer a threat. There was hope for the immortal world. Indeed, my cultivation base is still a little lacking. Against existences of the same level, the divine grace's time control ability is only a little effective. Ningqi thought to himself, if it had been anyone else, that power would have turned into a tiny tadpole. However, when it was used on the fierce ghost demon lord, it could only push forward the time taken to brew a cup of tea. Master! Wukong flew in front of Ningqi and bowed respectfully. Not bad. It's only been a few years, but you've already broken through to the middle stage of the ancient transformation realm. It looks like it won't be long before you can truly take the third step. Ningqi laughed. A trace of pride flashed in Wukong's eyes, but immediately after, he said with some shame, compared to Master, I'm far inferior. His cultivation was originally stronger than Ningqi's, but now he was worlds apart from Ningqi. The fierce ghost demon master who could easily suppress him didn't even have the strength to fight back in front of Ningqi. Dongfang Lingxian and the others also came up to greet him. Some of them had never seen Ningqi since they were born, so they looked at Ningqi with curiosity and admiration. You guys are really worrisome. Go back and accept your punishment. Ningqi laughed. Thank you, Uncle Beixian. Dongfang Lingxian cupped her hands in shame. Not long after, they brought the remaining prodigies of the Battle God Temple back to the Hall of Immortals. Only Hu Qingzi did not return. Why don't you go back? Ningqi laughed. Master will spank my butt. Hu Cheng looked at Ningqi pleadingly. All right, follow me for now. Ningqi smiled and patted her little head. Hearing this, a look of joy appeared in Hu Cheng's eyes. With Ningqi as her backer, she should be able to escape this calamity. Little did they know that in the empty immortal palace, Li Macho saw Hu Cheng sticking to Ningqi's side. She already had a plan in mind. It would be a very terrible punishment. At that moment, many of the live broadcast channels were still open. The immortal cultivators on Shadowstream Planet were all looking at Ningqi with respect, admiration, and admiration. Ningqi's mind moved slightly, and his eyes fell on the All-Heaven talisman of one of the practitioners. Is the live broadcast room closed? No, it's not closed. I'll close it right away. The cultivator was startled. No, I have something to say. Ningqi smiled. The cultivator heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he became extremely excited. Ning Beixian was going to use his livestream to talk? This was an unparalleled honor. Fellow Taoists from the immortal world, I will upload a video on the All Heavens forum. This video will answer all of your questions about the two great wars of immortals and demons. Please wait and see. Ningqi smiled faintly. What? Did he find the real reason why the demons invaded our immortal world? Quick, go to the All Heavens forum and wait. I want to know as soon as possible. Yes, Sect Master. All the immortals squatted in the All Heavens forum because of Ningqi's words. However, they still watched the live broadcast to see how Ningqi would deal with the demons. Bei. Senior Beixian, many Taoists want to ask you how we will deal with the demons next? These Taoists said that as long as you say it, they won't dare to disobey. The cultivator holding the All-Heaven talisman asked in a trembling voice. Ningqi smiled. With a thought, the Dubhe Divine Armament Dragon, the mighty Miracle Divine General, the leader of the Ink Guards, and the remaining 9 Ink Guards and 9 Blood Thorns appeared behind him. These are all third-step existences. I will send one to each immortal domain. If you cooperate with them, we will definitely be able to kill all the demons in a few years. Ningqi smiled. What? They are all third-step existences? This time, even Dongfang Haojie and the others in the Void Immortal Hall were shocked. After receiving Ningqi's order, the Dubhe Divine Armament Dragon and the others let out a long roar and each headed in a different direction. Okay, now we just need to wait quietly for the news. Ningqi smiled and disappeared with Hu Qingzi and Wukong. Not long after he disappeared, King Qingguang stepped out of the void and saw that the Shadowstream star was empty. The remaining immortal cultivators had all left, and there was no trace of Ningqi. He sighed softly. I'm still a step too late, at the Void Immortal Hall. As soon as Hu Qingzi appeared, he was immediately locked by a horsetail whisk and pulled back to Li Macho's side. Master, Hu Qingzi quickly covered his butt and looked at Li Macho innocently. Forget it. Look at her. She knows she did wrong this time. Ningqi smiled. Li Macho snorted and did not teach Hu Qingzi a lesson. Hu Qingzi was overjoyed, but he suddenly heard Li Macho's voice. Don't think that you can escape. If you have the ability, follow him forever. Hu Qingzi suddenly looked like a defeated rooster and stood dejectedly beside Li Macho. Beixian, can we really stop the demonic disaster this time? Sacred Concubine Cold Sky was the first to ask. Everyone looked at Ningqi. They also wanted to know how confident Ningqi was about this matter. It can be resolved temporarily, but if we don't close the passage on the Devil Sky Immortal Domain's Pagoda Star, there will still be an endless stream of demons descending into the immortal world. Ningqi's eyes revealed a trace of seriousness. Boss, with your current cultivation level, is there a way to close it? Duan Ingjun asked hurriedly. The passage on the pagoda star is actually just a gap in the real passage. It was deliberately destroyed by the Tiandao family's group of elders. If we want to close it, we can only start from the source. However, that is a method set up by a fourth-step existence. With my current strength, I can destroy it more thoroughly. There is no way to repair it. Ningqi said. Then it is impossible to close the passage? Everyone was slightly disappointed. Perhaps we can try to destroy the passage on the pagoda star and lead the demons to other regions. Dongfang Haojie suddenly said. Yes, it is indeed possible. I will go to the pagoda star now and try. Ningqi nodded. Although Ningqi had just returned to the Void Immortal Hall and had already gone out, the sacred concubine did not say anything. After all, what Ningqi had to do was more important than love affairs. I will wait for you. Come back quickly after you are done. Mother and we have just reunited. I don't want you to be gone for countless years. The sacred concubine smiled. Don't worry. I will be back soon. Ningqi smiled and nodded. Chapter 3269. A thread quietly appeared on the All Heavens forum. The name of the thread's creator was very straightforward. It was the 3 words War God Temple. Thanks to Ningqi's warning, countless immortals who'd been lurking on the All Heavens forum immediately clicked on the thread. What they saw was a video of Ningqi suppressing the Tiandao clan. Jiang Tianche had indirectly admitted that they were the ones who'd opened the demon portal. The video was like a bomb that exploded on the All Heavens forum. The explosion affected every corner of the world of immortals. As long as there were immortals, they would be affected. Unbelievable! The Tiandao clan is so vicious. Why did the elders open the demon portal? Are they trying to kill all the immortals in the world? I'm guessing the Tiandao clan's sinister motive is to deal with the ancient immortal clan. Fortunately, Senior Beixian has already suppressed the Tiandao clan. Otherwise, not only would we have to face the demon's slaughter, we'd also have to be on guard against their sneak attacks. Other than the many posts denouncing the Heavenly Dao family, there were also posts that defended the ancient Immortal clan during the First Immortal Devil War. The people who posted these posts were all incited by Ningqi. He wanted to wash away the infamy the ancient Immortal clan had carried over the years. If it had been a simple statement, perhaps it wouldn't have been believable. However, Ningqi showed a few videos, all of which he had seen in the Mirage Sea tribe in the Immortal prison. They were videos of the ancient immortals fighting against the demons. These videos were enough to prove how the ancient immortals had risked their lives to stop the demons' invasion of the world of immortals. In a short time, the Tiandao clan's reputation had become rotten. At the same time, the Dubhe Divine Armament Dragon and the other Dao Querying Realm puppets had arrived at their respective immortal realms. They were madly cleaning up all the demons they saw. Many immortals volunteered to work with them to suppress the demons. This scene was broadcasted by the All Heavens live streaming platform. Hello everyone, I'm Brother Go. I took a break because of the demons' rampage, but today, I'm going to show you an exciting scene of killing demons. The number of viewers in Brother Go's stream soared. Over the years, the All Heavens talismans had become more and more popular. The price had also gotten cheaper, so the number of users had skyrocketed. In the beginning, if there were 1 million online viewers, he would be considered a big streamer. Later on, 5 million, 10 million, 100 million, and even 1 billion. But now, only when the number of viewers exceeded 10 billion could a streamer be considered a real big streamer. In all the live streaming platforms, only Brother Dog had achieved this. Not far behind Guzzi was the Dubhe Divine Armament Dragon, which was dozens of miles long. Tens of thousands of cannons on its body were fired at the same time. Wherever the cannons passed by, no demon could survive, no matter what level it was. Guzi followed closely behind the Dubhi Divine Armament Dragon, risking being killed by the aftermath of the cannons. Everyone, please livestream at close range. For the next period of time, as long as I don't die, I will follow this senior and fight in different places. Please be prepared to watch for a long time. Guzi continued. What followed was an overwhelming number of gifts. Devil Sky Immortal Domain. Buddha Planet. Because there were no acquaintances on Buddha Planet, Ning Chi couldn't use the All Heavens Talisman to teleport there directly. So, he spent about half a month to reach Buddha Planet. If he had been at his previous strength, he might not have been able to reach Buddha Planet in a few years. Outside the Pagoda Star, Ning Chi stood in the void, calmly assessing the situation of the Pagoda Star. Compared to the last time he had been here a few years ago, there were no longer any immortals on the Pagoda Star. Even the flowers and grass were tainted with demonic chi. The entire planet seemed to have been transformed into a demonic star. Demons were constantly descending from a huge whirlpool. The demons that descended were all at the level of demon monarchs and above. In the hour that Ning Chi observed, there were more than 500 demon monarchs and more than 30 demon emperors. There was not a single ancient transformation realm demon. At this rate, the immortal world will still be unable to resist the invasion of the demon race in 1 year, 10 years, or even 100 years, even if no ancient transformation realm demons descend. These demons can completely disperse and infiltrate the various immortal realms to stir up trouble. A solemn look flashed in Ning Chi's eyes. With a thought, the Laojun elixir furnace flew out. The fire Qilin appeared from within and glanced at the huge whirlpool. Compared to the previous time, this gap has doubled. The fire Qilin and Ning Chi were telepathically connected, so it knew what Ning Chi was planning. Is there a way to close this gap or lead it to an unknown region, such as Shenluo Realm? Ning Chi's eyes flickered slightly. If he could lead the gap to Shenluo Realm, the demon race would have to pray for themselves. Impossible. This complete passageway was set up by a fourth-step existence, and a fourth-step existence controls a power that you and I can't touch. It's a level higher than the power of the Immortal Palace. Even if you and I join forces, we can't close it. If we make a move, we can only make it bigger again. It's big enough for a perfected Tao querying realm existence to pass through. The fire Qilin shook its head. A power a level higher than the power of the Immortal Palace? Ning Chi was slightly stunned. What kind of power is that? Until now, he had been very curious about what kind of realm a fourth-step existence was. Compared to a third-step existence, how big was the gap between them? That is the power of karma. I don't know the specifics. Only when you reach that realm can you truly comprehend it. The fire Qilin said. Karma. Ning Chi pondered over this word for a while. To put it simply, the word cause and effect represented something very transcendent. Its meaning in Buddhism was also extremely profound. After karma is the fifth-step cultivator? Ning Chi asked curiously. The fire Qilin shook its head. After karma is destiny, and after destiny is reincarnation. Only when you complete reincarnation will you have a chance to enter the fifth step. However, if you reach the reincarnation state, you will have enough power to protect yourself in Shenluo Realm. There are actually 3 realms in the fourth step. Ning Chi was a little surprised. This was something he had not expected. In that case, didn't it mean that after the fourth step, the difference in strength would be very obvious? Jiang Tianshu and the North Mystic Divine Emperor were only at the karma state back then, or were they at the destiny state? The only thing Ning Chi could be sure of was that the demon lord that the two of them had killed together was probably weaker than the two of them. It seems like this passageway can't be sealed for now. However, you said that its size isn't big enough for a perfected Tao querying realm existence to descend? Ning Chi sighed and his eyes lit up. The fire Qilin nodded. Chapter 3270. Since they couldn't make any changes to the passageway, Ningqi and the Fire Qilin appeared and killed all the demons. The pagoda planet was the base camp of the demons. They would accumulate a certain number of troops before their respective leaders would bring them to the various celestial regions of the celestial world. Ningqi destroyed the troops that the demons had accumulated for months. With the Dubhe Divine Armament Dragon and the others, the demon disaster disappeared in a short time. After doing all this, Ningqi left the pagoda planet with the Fire Qilin. But before he left, he hid a all-heaven talisman here for teleportation. Ningqi's next destination was the central planet of the Langya Immortal region. According to the clues left behind by the woman, the old lord was suppressed in the Langya Immortal region. The most likely place was the central planet. Now that the Tiandao family had been destroyed and Ningqi had advanced to the early stage Dao Querying Realm, his combat power was comparable to a perfected Dao Querying Realm cultivator. It was time to make a trip. In a cave filled with golden runes, an old man in a Taoist robe was pierced by countless chains. The chains had a mysterious aura and didn't seem to be from this world. The old man in the Taoist robe was pretending to be asleep. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and looked in the direction of the cave entrance. A figure was walking in slowly. Ningqi and the old man looked at each other and checked each other's attributes at the same time, only to find that the interface was filled with question marks. Not only was there no name, but he also couldn't see the other's rank and cultivation. "Old Lord," Ningqi spoke after a while, "you're the reincarnation of the North Mystic Emperor." The old man in the Taoist robe smiled. "What do you mean?" Ningqi smiled. Since the old man was imprisoned here, he would have to find out what was going on in the outside world from him. Ningqi had already tried just now. His divine will couldn't penetrate the restriction here, but the old man could tell that he was the reincarnation of the North Mystic Emperor. This meant that there was something else he didn't know. "I can see his shadow in you." The old man in the Taoist robe smiled. "May I ask if you're old Lord Taishang?" Ningqi suddenly asked. "Yes, that's me." Old Lord Taishang nodded with a smile. "You have the smell of the creation elixir on you. Have you found my descendant in the ancestral land?" Ningqi was slightly startled, then laughed dryly and said, "Well, I guess so, ha ha ha, then we are family." Old Lord Taishang suddenly smiled happily. Ningqi looked at Old Lord Taishang in shock. "Why are you acting like an idiot? Do you think I don't know how to use the good fortune pill I left behind?" Old Lord Taishang glanced at Ningqi. "I see." Ningqi's expression became a little strange. The other party had left behind the pill of fortune, and he had to use that method to consume it. This was probably the Grand Supreme Elder's plan. "Other than that, you also have the aura of my pill furnace on you." Old Lord Taishang smiled. Ningqi nodded and took out the Laojun elixir furnace. The Fire Qilin seemed to have sensed it and flew out. Its eyes fell on Taishang Laojun with some doubts. "Unfortunately, it's not complete now." Old Lord Taishang looked at the cauldron with nostalgia, then his gaze landed on the Fire Qilin. "The spirit of the secret territory, Fire Qilin? I seem to have seen you before?" A hint of doubt flashed through the Fire Qilin's eyes. "This is the first time we've met." Old Lord Taishang shook his head with a smile. "Oh," the Fire Qilin nodded, but it seemed to be thinking about something. "Mystic North Divine Emperor. I will continue to call you that. You will recover your memories sooner or later. The Fire Qilin is not an ordinary existence in the Shunluo realm. The Qilin clan is extremely protective of their people. I saw that you seem to have a contract with her. If the Qilin clan finds out, you will have to escape even at your peak in your previous life. She is no match for her." Old Lord Taishang said meaningfully. "So powerful?" Ningqi's eyes flickered. "Don't worry, I signed a contract with her. Even if the elders of the Qilin clan find out, they won't kill me." The Fire Qilin said. "Let's think about it later. Old Lord, We're here to save you from this place. You should be prepared, lest the fire Qilin and I hurt you. Ning Qi smiled. There's no need. This is a trap set up by Jiang Tianshu. With your current cultivation, you won't be able to break it. Also, you should leave. He will find out if you stay for too long. Old Lord Taishang smiled and looked at the sky. Can't break it. Ning Qi's eyes flickered. The power of the palace boiled, and the hell-suppressing palace behind him began to appear. The fire Qilin and I are equivalent to 2 Dao querying cultivators at the peak Dao querying realm. But we still can't break these chains? Ning Qi frowned. Old Lord Taishang looked at the hell-suppressing palace with a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. He seemed to have thought of something, but then he shook his head. Jiang Tianshu was only at the karma state when he trapped me. But he came back again after countless years. You didn't come back that time. You might have reincarnated. Jiang Tianshu was at the fate state then. He strengthened the restrictive spell again. I'm afraid you won't be able to break it even at your peak. Fate state? Ning Qi was shocked. He had thought that with his current strength, even if he wasn't a match for Jiang Tianshu, he could at least withstand a few moves. But the combat power of a Dao querying realm expert at the peak Dao querying realm was far from the fate state, and there was still the karma state. He's right. Even karma state experts won't be able to break a trap set up by a fate state expert, let alone you and me. I can feel a terrifying aura here, and it's getting stronger. Let's leave this place as soon as possible. The fire Qilin said with a serious expression. Since you're here, have a seat. We haven't seen each other for many years, Bodhi-seed. A figure walked in from outside the cave and sat by the stone table. He gestured for Ning Qi to sit on another stone bench. Old Lord Taishang was surprised. You've broken through to the rebirth state? Jiang Tianshu. Ning Qi's expression darkened. He hadn't expected to see him here. When did he arrive? Did he just rush over from the Shunluo realm when I entered this place? If that's the case, he's too fast. Also, he called me Bodhi-seed. What kind of title is that? Chapter 3271. Ning Qi looked at Jiang Tianshu indifferently. Jiang Tianshu was a fourth-step cultivator. If he really wanted to attack, he would not be able to escape today. Thinking of this, Ning Qi smiled and sat down. You called me senior brother? Ning Qi looked at Jiang Tianshu with a smile. The fire Qilin stood behind Ning Qi with a serious look in its eyes. Jiang Tianshu happened to look at the fire Qilin. They looked at each other for a few breaths before Jiang Tianshu looked at Ning Qi and said with a smile, It seems that senior brother has not recovered the memory of your previous life. Ning Qi did not speak and just looked at Jiang Tianshu quietly. When I first entered the sect, I was bullied and almost committed suicide. If senior brother had not enlightened me, I would not be here today, so I am very grateful to senior brother. Jiang Tianshu sighed emotionally. Oh? So I really came from the same sect as you in my previous life? Then why do you want to go against me? Ning Qi smiled. There was no evidence to prove that Jiang Tianshu's words were true. It was also possible that Jiang Tianshu was just spouting nonsense to toy with him. Thus, Ning Qi did not fully believe him. Junior brother, let's not talk about the past. Since I met you today, why don't I send you to reincarnate again? Jiang Tianshu said with a smile. Taishang Laojun looked at the scene expressionlessly, but the fire Qilin looked anxious. If Ning Qi was killed, she would die with him. You are too polite. I don't intend to reincarnate now. Ning Qi shook his head. Jiang Tianshu sighed. Senior brother, why don't you understand? There is a huge gap between our cultivation levels. Even if you reach the fourth step in the future, you will only be at the karma realm. That was the peak of your previous life. How can you compare to me? He paused. How about this? If senior brother swears never to be my enemy, I will leave. You spouted a bunch of nonsense, but you didn't do anything. This isn't your style, Ningqi suddenly said. What is my style? Jiang Tianshu smiled. This is your style. The hell-suppressing immortal palace appeared behind Ningqi, and at the same time, the fire Qilin roared and joined forces with Ningqi to attack Jiang Tianshu. The fire Qilin was connected to Ningqi's mind. As soon as Ningqi's thoughts appeared, the fire Qilin sensed it. Hell-suppressing immortal palace. Flame immortal palace. The boundless power of the immortal palace slammed into Jiang Tianshu's body. With a loud bang, Jiang Tianshu's body was instantly torn apart. Then, like a bubble, it disappeared into the air. So it's a projection. Old Lord Taishang stroked his beard and laughed. Even I was fooled. He looked at Ningqi with a hint of curiosity in his eyes. North Mystic Emperor, how did you know? I've seen many people like him. If he had the confidence to kill me, why would he waste so much time talking to me? Isn't he just trying to scare me and make me reincarnate? That way, I'll have a chance to cultivate again in the future. Otherwise, if he kills me, I'm afraid my soul will be destroyed. Ningqi chuckled. That's right. Those who are timid might really choose this path. Old Lord Taishang stroked his beard and nodded. The fire Qilin heaved a sigh of relief and looked at Ningqi with admiration. If she were in his shoes, she wouldn't have the courage to fight if she knew that Ningqi was at the fate state. Senior brother, you're always more thorough than others. Jiang Tianshu's voice was heard again. Just like before, he walked into the cave. Don't play tricks. I think you're in trouble in the Shunluo realm. Otherwise, the deity realm would be in a mess and you wouldn't even come to the deity realm. Is it because you can't tell where you're from? Ningqi smiled. I do have some matters to attend to, but trust me, I'll solve them very soon. Oh, my personal servant girl was killed by you, right? I saw that even her soul-gathering tablet was shattered. Her primordial spirit must have been suppressed by your prison-suppressing immortal palace. Back then, this immortal palace suppressed countless powerful beings. For a while, I was jealous that you were able to refine such a magical palace. Jiang Tianshu smiled. However, your current cultivation is too low. Even though you've found the hell-suppressing immortal palace ahead of time, if you use its power too often, it might cause a backlash. Even the origin spirit you've placed in the immortal palace will be suppressed, and you'll become a walking corpse. Why are you telling me this all of a sudden? Ningqi smiled. I hope that senior brother will be able to live on. At the very least, live until I find you personally. If I were to see a walking corpse, it would be too boring. With that, Jiang Tianshu's figure slowly disappeared. There was an unfathomable smile on his face the entire time as he looked at Ningqi with a faint smile. The instant he completely disappeared, Jiang Tianshu suddenly spoke again, leaving behind a single sentence. Since the Tiandao clan has been destroyed, I'll find some entertainment for senior brother. I heard that the heaven-destroying brat from back then is still alive. I wonder if the current senior brother is a match for him? He's going to open the path between the demons and the realm of deities. Ningqi and the fire Qilin instantly understood the meaning of Jiang Tianshu's last words. Old Lord Taishang's expression became even more solemn. He calculated with his fingers and looked up. The realm of deities will face a great calamity. The Lord of Deities is already a fourth-step karma realm cultivator. Ningqi's expression became extremely solemn. With him and the fire Qilin here, old Lord Taishang had used the word great calamity. This was enough to explain everything. At the same time, the whirlpool on the Buddha planet suddenly began to change. This unstable state only lasted for a few breaths before the whirlpool grew infinitely larger. Soon, the size of the whirlpool surpassed the Buddha planet itself. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the Buddha planet was like an ant in front of an elephant. The difference between them was huge. At this moment, a terrifying suction force came from the whirlpool. The demons that arrived later revealed looks of disbelief when they saw this. Boom! There was a loud sound. The pagoda planet deviated from its orbit and was sucked into the vortex. Not only that, but the nearby planets also deviated from their original orbits due to the terrifying suction force and flew towards the vortex. One planet after another was devoured. The terrifying suction force soon spread across the entire demonic immortal realm. The huge commotion couldn't be hidden at all. Soon, some immortals noticed the changes in the demonic immortal realm. The news quickly spread through the All Heavens Forum. Central Planet. Cave. Ningqi calmly looked at Old Lord Taishang. Old Lord, is there a way to resolve the great calamity of the realm of deities? Old Lord Taishang lowered his head and calculated. Time ticked by. Half an hour later, Old Lord Taishang suddenly raised his head with a solemn look in his eyes. Hope lies in the ancestral land. Ancestral land? No, it's the place where the heavenly Tao was born. Where did you come from in this life? Chapter 3272. Ningqi remembered that when he left Earth had already started to change. The spirit qi of heaven and earth had recovered and countless people had obtained extraordinary powers. However, how long had it been? How far could Earth have developed in such a short time? There probably hadn't even been a human deity yet. How could such a place fight against a fourth-step existence like the heavenly fiend lord? Everyone was more or less selfish. No matter what happened in the celestial world, Ningqi didn't want to involve Earth. You don't believe me? The old lord smiled. Can you tell me more about it? Ningqi nodded. Our ancestral land is the origin of this universe. Even the heavenly Tao was born there. It can be said that it doesn't enter karma or reincarnation. If there is someone in this world that can block a fourth-step existence, it is the heavenly Tao, and second is our ancestral land. As for the specifics, I don't know. As for the specifics, I can't tell. The old lord smiled and shook his head. Other than that? Ningqi sighed. Is there no other way to stop the fiend race? The first celestial demon war was just a trap that Jiang Tianshu used to plot against the divine emperor Bei Xian. The fiend race was just there to watch the show and was destroyed. Even the fiend lord was killed by Jiang Tianshu and the divine emperor Bei Xian, leaving only the fiend lord's heart. But now, the heaven-destroying fiend lord had grown to the point where he could destroy the celestial world. Maybe there is, but it hasn't appeared yet. I can't tell. It's time for you to leave. Jiang Tianshu might have just cast an illusion, but he might have other tricks up his sleeve. Old Lord Taishang smiled. What's the relationship between Jiang Tianshu and me? How much do you know about this? Ningqi asked solemnly. I only know that you're from the same sect, but I don't know which one. There are thousands of sects in the Shenluo world. Old Lord Taishang shook his head. He called me Bodhi Zi just now. Is that my Tao name in the sect in my previous life? Ningqi frowned and muttered to himself. Bodhi Zi. In his memory, there might only be one person with an extremely mysterious background in the celestial world who was related to him. Could it be? The clues were constantly connected, and Ningqi said in a deep voice, Did I have other titles in my previous life? Patriarch Subhuti, didn't you find that monkey? Haven't you figured it out yet? Old Lord Taishang smiled. Patriarch Subhuti. The first thing that appeared in Ningqi's mind was a bunch of grape. Old Lord, I'll take my leave first. If the heavenly demon lord were to fight his way here one day, do you have any way to survive? As long as Jiang Tianshu doesn't attack, I won't die. Old Lord Taishang smiled. When Ningqi heard this, he finally felt at ease and left the central planet with the fire Kylan. When he intended to use the All-Heaven Talisman to head to the pagoda star to take a look, he realized that he had failed. There was only one possibility. The all-heaven talisman he had hidden on the pagoda star had disappeared. The probability of the all-heaven talisman being found was very low. From this it could be seen that something huge had happened on the Stupa star. Where are we going next? Homeworld. Not long after Ning Chi and the Fire Qilin left, another figure walked into the cavern. Old Lord Taishang only raised his head to take a glance before he smiled and said, "Dao friend, heaven-destroying demon lord is about to descend. You should make a trip to the ancestral grounds." If Ning Chi was here, he would realize that this figure was someone he was familiar with. The sect master of the mystic sect. Ji Fei. Is there really a chance of survival at the ancestral land? Ji Fei frowned. Just like Ning Chi, he didn't think that the ancestral land could stop the demon race. Others might not know, but have you forgotten what the ancestral land itself is? Pangu Ji Fei's eyes lit up. Then, he nodded solemnly and turned to leave. However, he had just taken a few steps when he stopped and looked at old Lord Taishang. How is that fellow Taoist doing in the Shenlua world? He's doing much better than you and me. He's at least at the 4th step of the causality realm. Unfortunately, he's still much weaker than Jiang Tianshu. Old Lord Taishang smiled. The divine Lua world has already started the war of 10,000 races. Those who are at the 4th step and above are almost unable to escape. This is actually not a bad thing. Jiang Tianshu is much more difficult to deal with than the heavenly demon lord. Yes. Ji Fei nodded and turned to leave. Ancestral planet. Xianjian sect. The moment Ning Chi and the Fire Qilin returned, the old man in green seemed to have sensed them. In a flash, he appeared at the entrance of the Xianjian sect. Senior? The disciples guarding the door were stunned for a moment. Then, they saw Ning Chi and the Fire Qilin, and their faces immediately revealed a look of surprise. Greetings, Grand Ancestor Bei Xian. They took the lead and bowed to Ning Chi. The old man in green was no longer able to show his unfathomable attitude in front of Ning Chi. The emotions on his face became extremely rich, and his hesitant look made Ning Chi feel that it was a little strange. No need for formalities. Ning Chi first waved at the disciples guarding the door, then looked at the old man in green and said with a smile, "Senior, what's wrong today?" I don't dare. Don't call me senior." The old man in green quickly waved his hand. This scene fell into the eyes of Ingzhenxuan and the others who had rushed over after knowing that Ning Chi had returned. Strange, what's wrong with the old man today? Could it be because Big Brother has advanced to the 3rd step? Ingzhenxuan thought to herself. The others' thoughts were similar to hers, but Ingzizai thought deeper. He had always suspected that the old man in green was at the 3rd step. Even if Ning Chi had become a 3rd step cultivator now, there was no reason for him to become so flustered all of a sudden. What is he afraid of? Ingzizai thought to himself. Ning Chi smiled and greeted everyone before heading to the missing moon peak. Along the way, the old man in green was always half a step behind him. After arriving at the missing moon peak, Ning Chi finally couldn't help but look at the old man in green. What's going on with you? Master, I'm unfilial. I didn't recognize you immediately. Please punish me. The old man in green knelt on the ground with a thud. Everyone was dumbfounded. What's going on? Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Everyone subconsciously rubbed their eyes, but found that the dignified old man in green was still kneeling on the ground. Oh, it seems that you recognized me through the hell-suppressing palace. Ning Chi's eyes flashed with a trace of realization. Master? A figure suddenly appeared. It was ancestral patriarch Yu Qing. He looked at the old man in green and then at Ning Chi in shock. Chapter 3273. Missing Moon Peak. Peak Lord Hall. It took half an hour for everyone to digest the information they had obtained today. I knew that Bei Xian had an extraordinary background. How could an ordinary immortal reach such a level in such a short time? It turns out that he's the reincarnation of a almighty, patriarch Bodhi. It seems that there was such a almighty in the ancient immortal clan. Elder Nangong thought to himself. Ingzizai smiled bitterly. He was Ning Chi's adoptive father in name, but even the green-robed old man was respectful to Ning Chi. He really didn't know how to address Ning Chi. Master Qingfeng, let's just call each other our own, Ning Chi smiled. Yes. The green-robed old man nodded respectfully. Patriarch Yu Qing looked at the green-robed old man strangely. This was the first time he saw the green-robed old man being so respectful to someone. Big brother, you came back at the right time. Someone on the All Heavens Forum found that the Devil Sky Immortal Domain is undergoing a huge change. I wonder if it's related to the Demon Clan. Ing Zhenxuan suddenly said. She didn't care who Ning Chi's reincarnation was. That's what I wanted to talk about. The heaven-defeating Demon Lord is about to descend to the celestial world. He's a fourth-step existence. Ning Chi sighed. A fourth-step existence? The green-robed old man's eyes flashed with disbelief. He didn't expect the Demon Clan to have another fourth-step existence. The fourth step, Karma Master. This is going to be difficult, Patriarch Yu Qing frowned slightly. Everyone subconsciously looked at him, feeling surprised and doubtful. Did old ancestor Yu Qing know what the existence of the fourth step was like? Before the Immortal Demon War, most immortals didn't know much about the third step existences, let alone the fourth step existences. I've asked the old lord, and he said that there's a place where the vitality of the celestial world lies. However, I'm not too sure about this, so I suggest that everyone leave the celestial world temporarily and take everything that can be taken with you to various ghost domains. The universe is so vast that even fourth-step existences can't explore it all. It won't be that easy to find us. Ning Chi smiled and said, Is that the only way? Ing Zhenxuan's eyes flashed with reluctance. We have to start preparing now. The changes in the Devil Sky Immortal Realms won't last for too long. By the time it's over, Bai Tian Devil Lord should have arrived. We have to leave before he arrives or it'll be too late. Ning Chi nodded. Next, Ning Chi personally opened a live broadcast room and announced to the immortals that the heaven-destroying Demon Lord had arrived. The changes in the demonic sky, immortal realm, and Ning Chi's words forced everyone to believe it. All the immortals hurriedly packed up all the resources they could find and prepared to leave the immortal realm for now. Although he was reluctant to do so, he had no other choice. Where there's life, there's hope. On the ancestral star, the Wind and Cloud sect, the Mystic Sun sect, the Mountain Destruction sect, and the other patriarchs brought all their resources and disciples to the Mystic Sword sect. The Yuqing sect was also one of them. Under Ning Chi's lead, the immortals headed towards the central continent. As for the immortals from the other immortal domains, they had more choices. The ghost domain was endless. As long as they left the immortal domain, they would be in the ghost domain. Time gradually passed. The spiritual herbs, materials, resources, and mortals of the immortal realm were all brought away from the immortal realm like ants moving houses. The planets that were originally full of vitality gradually became deathly still, and the spiritual chi on the planets also retreated and diminished. This was because as the immortals left, the luck bestowed by the heavenly Tao was also withdrawn until it disappeared. Half a year later, the demonic sky immortal realm, the entire immortal realm was empty. All the planets had been absorbed by the vortex in the sky. The size of the vortex had reached a terrifying size. Even the heavens are on my side. A terrifying laughter suddenly came from the vortex. It echoed across the entire demonic sky immortal realm and even spread to the nearby immortal realms. Following that, a leg reached out from the vortex. The size of this leg was comparable to a planet. A few breaths later, an enormous figure broke free from the vortex. Countless black dots passed through the vortex and descended upon the demonic sky, immortal realm. These black dots were all demons with cultivation bases of immortal lord, emperor realm, and even ancient transformation realm. However, compared to the figure, the difference between them was like the difference between an ant and an ocean. Children, we have returned to the immortal realm today to wash away the humiliation we suffered and avenge the demon ancestor. Most importantly, we must find the demon ancestor's heart left behind by the demon ancestor. Do you understand? The enormous figure grinned. Yes. Countless demons roared in unison with their blood boiling. Then, follow me to conquer the immortal realm. The heaven-defeating demon lord threw his head back and laughed. Half a year later, the heaven-defeating demon lord appeared on a planet. This was the 56,375th planet that he had found after half a year. His body had returned to the size of a normal person. Dressed in a white robe, he looked like a handsome young master among the humans. However, his expression was extremely dark and unsightly. Damn it! Where did all the immortals go? The heaven-defeating demon lord cursed in his heart. This time, he actually didn't see a single immortal in the immortal realm. Not only that, but the cultivation resources on all the major planets had all disappeared. Not even mortals could be seen. For the bloodthirsty demons, this completely lost the joy of slaughter. The heaven-defeating demon lord felt a sense of defeat, as if he had prepared for a long time and punched out, only to find that the target had disappeared. This feeling made his heart feel depressed, and he wanted to vomit blood. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. One demon master after another appeared in front of the heaven-defeating demon lord. As soon as they appeared, they immediately knelt on the ground. Reporting to the heaven-defeating demon lord, we have searched all the major immortal realms and found nothing. There is only one place that we can't confirm, so we can only ask the demon lord to personally go there. What place? A cave. You're here. Old Lord Taishang looked at the entrance of the cave with a smile. The heaven-defeating demon lord, dressed in a white robe, slowly walked in. When he saw old Lord Taishang's face, he was slightly startled. His figure suddenly moved, and he turned and ran. He only reacted after he ran out of the cave. Chapter 3274. Heaven-destroying demon lord, now that the celestial world is in your hands and you've achieved your goal, why do you have to complicate things? Old Lord Taishang said calmly. You know the answer. Anger flashed in heaven-destroying demon lord's eyes. What was the point of leaving an empty celestial world? He was clearly toying with him. I really don't understand. Old Lord Taishang smiled. I'll kill you. Heaven-destroying demon lord roared and punched at old Lord Taishang. A layer of mysterious runes appeared on the chains on old Lord Taishang's body. These runes revolved around old Lord Taishang like a turtle shell. Heaven-destroying demon lord's fist was repelled when it landed on the runes. This is, heaven-destroying demon lord's eyes flashed with anger and shock. Jiang Tianshu set this up. I can't get out, but others can't kill me either. Maybe he doesn't want me to die too early. Old Lord Taishang smiled. If you don't want to sit down and discuss Tao, I think you should go ahead. Jiang Tianshu. He's in the celestial world now? Heaven-destroying demon lord stared at old Lord Taishang suspiciously. During the First Great War of Immortals and Demons, although he was also in existence at the great completion of the Tao Querying Realm, he could only be ranked at the bottom of the list of immortals and demons. There were countless experts stronger than him. In the immortal world, even Zhu Ganglai could easily defeat him. Jiang Tianshu, on the other hand, was a fourth-step existence at that time. He had joined forces with Divine Emperor Bei Xian to kill the Demon Lord. Although the sky-destroying Demon Lord felt that he was already very powerful, he was still very nervous about fighting Jiang Tianshu. Yes. Old Lord Taishang said mischievously. Humph. You celestial race should be hiding in the ghost realm, right? I'll send countless demonic soldiers to kill you one by one until there are no more celestial race in this world. Heaven-destroying demon lord sneered and left. After he left the cave, his eyes suddenly flashed with a trace of disappointment. He had rushed to the celestial world in high spirits this time, but in the end, he was treated so coldly. The other party didn't even put up any resistance and just ran away, leaving behind an empty celestial world, and he had to worry about it at all times. He wondered if Jiang Tianshu would descend from the divine Luo world one day. If the heaven-destroying demon lord's current feelings were known by the fleeing celestials, they would definitely be very gratified. Central Continent. Most of the sects in the ancestral star had migrated over with Ning Qi and the others. However, compared to the ancestral star, the central continent was like a level 0 planet. It was not even a level 1 planet. The world energy there was extremely sparse, and its territory was not as vast as the ancestral star. With Ning Qi personally distributing the cultivation grounds of the various sects, some of the cultivators in the central continent who did not know what was going on quickly realized that there were suddenly many mysterious sects in the central continent. Some masters of creation went to test the waters, but they ended up getting lost in some kind of array formation and were trapped. Only after several days did he manage to escape. On the side of the Xianjian sect, Ning Qi directly bestowed them the right to enter the Void Immortal Hall. Right now, the power composition of the Void Immortal Hall had become 4. The first was naturally the War God Temple. The second was the Wang clan. The third type were the Blood Puppets. The fourth was the Xianjian sect, the old land of Qin and Tang. Ning Qi brought Wang Muting, the Cold Sky Saint Concubine, Li Xian, Xiaoyur Zhualing Zhua Shi, De Guzi and the others. That was the Champion Marquis's mansion back then, right? I remember. Wang Muting lifted the curtain and pointed to a building in the distance. Yes, but it's not the Champion Marquis's mansion now. It was later changed into a brothel by Ning Hongtian. Ning Qi laughed. Ning Hongtian, a hint of thought flashed across Wang Muting's eyes, and then she nodded in realization. I remember him, a very annoying guy. After a pause, she looked in that direction a few more times. There seems to be someone kneeling there? Hearing this, a hint of a smile flashed across Ning Qi's eyes. In the distance, a group of people knelt on the ground in incomparable humiliation. The passers-by who passed by them would take a few more glances. Some of them did not understand why this group of people were kneeling in front of the brothel, so they asked, "What's going on with those people? Why are they kneeling here? Could it be that they offended the backer behind this brothel?" "No, they offended the North Profound Immortal Emperor." Gasp! Many people sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Then, they hurriedly asked about it. After receiving guidance from the others, they finally understood why Ning Hongtian, Nangong Yuer, Ning Long, and the others were kneeling there. I didn't expect this group of people to be heroes of the same era as the North Profound Immortal Emperor. What a pity! Ning Hongtian's face was expressionless, and his body was like a rock. However, if one looked closely, one could see a trace of hatred and unwillingness in the depths of his eyes. Nangong Yuer's expression and appearance were completely different. She seemed to have gone crazy, and there was a silly smile on her face. Ning Long and the former subordinates of the three of them looked very tired. They had been kneeling for a very long time, and they were very tired. I didn't expect the North Profound Immortal Emperor to be so cruel. Even if they offended him, he could have just killed them. Why did he have to humiliate them like this? A clear voice was heard. Hearing this, everyone turned to look. They saw a handsome young man in a white robe looking at Ning Hongtian and the others with a hint of pity in his eyes. That's right. Many people around the handsome young man nodded in agreement. It's the sky prides of the compassionate Bodhisattva sect. I heard that the sky prides of the compassionate Bodhisattva sect are all kind-hearted. They have done a lot of good deeds in the past few years. Everyone whispered to each other, and there was a hint of envy and respect in their eyes as they looked at the handsome young man. Eldest senior brother, why don't we ask the Grandmaster to help us break the restrictive spell that the North Profound Immortal Emperor set up? An innocent-looking girl said. The Grandmaster is currently in seclusion. When he comes out, I'll ask for the Grandmaster's permission. The handsome young man smiled. In the carriage, Ning Qi and the others looked at the handsome young man as if they were looking at a retard when they heard this. As the coachman, de Guzi was about to speak, but he heard a rash young man say, although the compassionate Bodhisattva sect is powerful, how can you compare to the North Profound Immortal Emperor? He must have his reasons for setting up such a restrictive spell. You want to break his restrictive spell? That's no different from a fool. Dream on. Who are you? Chapter 3275. As soon as the handsome young man finished speaking, he gently raised his hand. A pure and holy aura immediately rose from his body. Then, a pale white ball of light condensed in his palm. Even the weakest of cultivators could sense the terrifying aura contained within this ball of light. Killing people because of a disagreement? Kill who? This is the compassionate boat sect's cleansing technique. It can cleanse a person's soul. Now, many people are going to the compassionate boat sect to ask the old immortals to use the cleansing technique so that they can be at peace. I see. Many people had a look of realization on their faces. However, there were still some cultivators who did not know much about the compassionate boat sect. Cleansing technique? In the carriage, Ning Qi's eyes showed a hint of mockery. This technique was not even an immortal technique, but in his eyes, it was as easy as a first-year exam paper. He could easily see the principle and effect of the technique. This was a technique that could affect one's mind. However, with the strength of this handsome young man's attack, it was no longer as simple as affecting one's mind. It was likely that he would directly erase that rash young man's mind. To put it simply, he would become an idiot. De Guzi, Ning Qi said calmly. De Guzi, who was acting as the carriage driver, smiled. With a thought, the white ball of light in the handsome young man's hand flew out. However, it did not fly toward the silly young man. Instead, it fell into de Guzi's hand. Everyone was slightly shocked and quickly looked at de Guzi. They saw the ball of light lying quietly in de Guzi's palm. It did not move at all. Then, with a bang, it disappeared. The handsome young man was stunned. He looked at de Guzi with a hint of seriousness. His junior brother and junior sister also reacted and looked at de Guzi cautiously. Their senior brother was the youngest Transcendence Realm cultivator in the Compassionate Boat sect. Even many elders in the sect were not his match. However, the other party had easily interrupted their senior brother's purification spell. Well, it couldn't be considered as interrupting. Instead, he had used some unknown method to grab their senior brother's purification spell. This was something they had never seen before. Who are you? Why did you interrupt me from purifying this young man's soul? The handsome young man suddenly smiled and gracefully bowed towards de Guzi, but his gaze fell on the carriage. Little Yu-Er happened to lift the curtain. When the handsome young man saw little Yu-Er, his pupils shrank unnoticeably. Your spell isn't good. If you hit that little brother, it might destroy his mind and turn him into a fool who only knows how to smile like a fool. De Guzi smiled. How could the compassionate sailing sect be so cruel? The young man who looked like a fool immediately reacted. He felt a chill shoot up from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. Did I almost become an idiot after being purified by the compassionate sailing sect? Sir, please don't slander my kind boathouse sect. The handsome young man's expression changed. You said that his soul is tainted. I have a way to test it. Ning Qi smiled and walked down from the carriage. Little Yer and Zhuo Ling also helped Wang Muting down from the carriage. Hiss, how can there be such a beautiful woman? Did she come from the sky? Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Their eyes moved between Little Yer and Zhuo Ling, unable to stop. Ning Hongtian and the others happened to be able to see where Ning Qi and the others were standing. When they heard the unforgettable voice, they all subconsciously looked over. It's him! Ning Hongtian's pale face instantly turned red. It was the reverse flow of his qi and blood caused by extreme anger. Ning Long also looked at Ning Qi with an extremely resentful gaze. Nangong Yuer had already gone crazy. When she saw Ning Qi, she only knew how to smile like a fool. But when she saw Wang Muting, the smile on her face gradually disappeared. Ning Hongtian's attention quickly shifted from Ning Qi to Wang Muting. He was stunned at first, and then a thoughtful look appeared in his eyes. But then, Ning Hongtian's body shook, and he looked at Wang Muting in disbelief. The expression on his face gradually became extremely ugly, and his eyes revealed a hint of humiliation in his eyes. Why is she still alive? How can I see her with this face? When Ning Hongtian thought of his current humiliating position, kneeling in front of the brothel, but he was about to see the woman he wanted but couldn't get, his heart felt like it was about to explode. Puff! Ning Hongtian spat out a mouthful of blood. No one noticed this scene. Their attention was focused on Little Yer and Zhuo Ling, including the handsome young man. Eldest senior brother. A female disciple of the compassionate sailing sect was the first to react. She shouted with an ugly look on her face. The handsome young man smiled. His gaze fell on Ning Qi, and a hint of well-concealed jealousy flashed in his eyes. You just said that you have a way to test the filth in this young man's soul? What method do you use to test him? Ning Qi smiled. I heard a rumor. As long as there is a person with a filth in his soul, if he gently patted the shoulder of the person kneeling in front of him, he will kneel here with him until he dies. Even his bones will have to kneel here. Oh, just like the people behind him. A few of Ning Hongtian's subordinates had been dead for many years. Their corpses had already turned into bones, but they still maintained their kneeling posture. No matter what happened, they would not disperse. Is that so? How do you know? Do you know the North Xian Celestial Emperor? The handsome young man's lips curled into a faint smile. There was a hint of mockery in his smile. After a pause, he looked at the rash young man. Young man, do you believe what he said? Rumor has it that whoever touches them must kneel. This is the curse of the North Xian Celestial Emperor. There is no way to break it. It has nothing to do with the filth in his soul, someone said in a whisper. A hint of hesitation appeared on the young man's face. At this moment, he happened to meet Ning Qi's eyes. He was suddenly startled and inexplicably gained a trace of courage. He walked directly in front of Ning Hongtian. Why is he spitting blood? Finally, someone noticed the blood at the corner of Ning Hongtian's mouth. As the young man moved, everyone's attention fell on Ning Hongtian and the young man again. Ning Qi also walked in front of Ning Hongtian and the others with Wang Muting and the others. Ning Hongtian's eyes flickered. Finally, he could not help but look at Wang Muting. However, he saw Wang Muting looking down at him with a trace of pity in her eyes. Puff! He spat out another mouthful of blood. Sir, I believe what you said. I also believe that the North Xian Celestial Emperor will not harm innocent people. As the young man spoke, he directly placed his palm on Ning Hongtian's shoulder. Everyone thought that he would end up like those who did not believe in the curse. In the end, they saw that the young man was still standing, unharmed. Chapter 3276. Among the people kneeling behind Ning Hongtian, there were quite a few who didn't believe in the evil and touched Ning Hongtian and the others without permission. That was why they knelt here together. However, nothing happened to the young man at all. Could it be that, as the saying goes, a person with a clean mind wouldn't be cursed? Everyone's expression gradually became strange. He has already tried. Obviously, his heart isn't dirty. But I feel that your heart is dirty. Why don't you give it a try? Ning Qi smiled at the handsome young man. He's lying. Ning Hongtian roared in his heart, but he couldn't open his mouth. He could only see what was going on here with the corner of his eyes. The handsome young man didn't see the hint in his eyes. Instead, he slowly walked to Ning Hongtian's side because the passers-by's gazes became strange and suspicious. Eldest senior brother? His junior brothers and junior sisters were somewhat bewildered, and there was even some worry in their expressions. Of course, my heart is clean. The handsome young man suddenly smiled and patted Ning Hongtian's shoulder confidently. In a short time, he had a guess in his heart. The trick left by the North Mystic Celestial Emperor was useless. No matter how strong a person was, his trick would gradually weaken as time passed. Even if Ning Hongtian and the others couldn't break free from the restrictive spell, the people who came later might not be cursed too. He didn't know how Ning Qi saw through this, but did he want to use this method to make him run away like a coward? Absolutely not. The corner of the handsome young man's mouth curled up into a faint smile as he glanced at little Yu'er. Slap. His palm had already landed on Ning Hongtian's shoulder. Then, the handsome young man's expression gradually became unnatural. He slowly turned around and faced the brothel in front of him. His legs couldn't help but bend. What am I doing? Why can't I control my body? A look of horror gradually appeared in the handsome young man's eyes. He was like a bystander, watching his body slowly kneel down under the control of some unknown force. Thump. The handsome young man completed all the movements and knelt beside Ning Hongtian without hesitation. Seeing this, everyone confirmed what Ning Qi had said before. After that, they felt a chill in their hearts. Fortunately, they did not touch Ning Hongtian and the others without permission. Otherwise, they would definitely kneel here together. In this day and age, who didn't have some dark thoughts? Ha ha ha, your own heart is filled with filth, yet you still dare to frame me. You really brought this upon yourself. Young master, thank you for speaking up for justice and making this person reveal his viciousness. The young man first mocked the handsome young man, then looked at Ning Qi and bowed deeply. There was a hint of gratitude in his voice. The rest of the compassionate sailing sect's disciples finally reacted. They stared at the handsome young man in shock. Eldest senior brother? Eldest senior brother, quickly stand up. It's over. Could it be that eldest senior brother is going to kneel here until he dies like these people? Inform the old ancestor. Only the old ancestor can save eldest senior brother. Very soon, a few compassionate voyage sect disciples instantly soared into the sky and left the place. The rest of the people suddenly surrounded Ning Qi and the others. The female disciple of the compassionate sailing sect, who had the cultivation of the eternal life realm, stared at Ning Qi with resentment. You can't leave. If it weren't for you, my eldest senior brother wouldn't have been cursed by the North Mystery Immortal Emperor. If you don't give me an explanation today, I will ask the old ancestor. Purify. It seems like your compassionate sailing sect has become a malignant tumor in this place. Fine, we'll wait for your ancestor here. Ning Qi said lightly. At that moment, although the handsome young man could hear the movements around him clearly and could see Ning Qi and the others out of the corner of his eye, his body could not move. No matter how his transcendence realm cultivation revolved in his body, he could not break through that mysterious sealing power. Damn it! The handsome young man's face turned red when he thought about how he had to kneel in such a humiliating manner in front of Little Yu'er and Zwillinger. The compassionate sailing sect. This was a mysterious sect that had quietly emerged in recent years. However, the old ancestor of the compassionate sailing sect, perfected Yen, was extremely powerful. In a short period of time, he had recruited and trained a group of extremely powerful disciples. Even though the change in the immortal prison allowed me to regain my senses and escape, the path I'm taking now is completely different from before. A middle-aged man dressed in a Taoist robe was sitting at the center of the Compassionate Voyage sect leaders' hall. He was 3 meters tall, and he looked like a small giant. His muscles were bulging, and they looked as if they were made of steel. There was a cold aura emanating from his body as he muttered to himself. However, the middle-aged man clenched his fists slightly, and his eyes flashed brightly. My current strength is much stronger than before. Not only have I truly stepped into the second step, but I've also become an Earth Immortal and reached the Earth Demon realm. I'm not far from becoming a heavenly demon. Master and Ning Beixian, it's all thanks to you that I have this opportunity today. The middle-aged man smiled. In his opinion, Ning Qi and Little Six's strength were at most on par with his current strength. There was a high possibility that they were only at the human immortal realm. They were no match for him at all. Old ancestor. Suddenly, a voice came from outside. The 3 great elders of the Compassionate Sailing sect stood at the door. Each of them was at least an 8 tribulation creator. Any one of them could easily establish a sect in the central mainland, let alone a secluded place like this. What's the matter? Perfected Yen asked calmly. The 3 8 tribulation creator outside seemed to know that there was some kind of danger in the hall, so they did not dare to step in. They could only say in a low voice, "Our supreme disciple, Lu Feng, was cursed by the North Xian Celestial Emperor at the former site of the Qin and Tang dynasties." Perfected Yen immediately withdrew his demonic qi and walked out of the hall. He looked at the 3 of them coldly. When did this happen? It just happened. I'll go there myself. Perfected Yen sneered and looked into the distance. He had purposely chosen this place to build the Compassionate Sailing sect so that he could wait for the return of that person. As long as it was related to that person, he would investigate it personally, no matter how small the clues were. Not long after, Perfected Yen brought most of the combat power of the Compassionate Sailing sect to the former site of the Qin and Tang dynasties. When the crowd below saw a cloud in the sky with a group of people standing on it, their expressions changed and they were shocked. Old ancestor is here. Lu Feng's junior brothers and junior sisters revealed pleasantly surprised expressions when they saw this, and they hurriedly bowed. Chapter 3277. Patriarch. Eldest senior brother was framed by this person and has been cursed by the North Xian Celestial Lord. The disciples of the Compassionate Sailing sect pointed at Ning Qi and shouted, "Got it!" Venerable Yen nodded with a smile. That's the patriarch of the Compassionate Sailing sect, Venerable Yen? His cultivation base is really strong. Even I can't see through his cultivation base. Not far away, a few masters of creation stood together and looked at Jinren Yin. One of them transmitted a message in shock. Brother Long, you are a 9 tribulation master of creation and can almost become a Yuan venerate. How can you not see through Venerable Yan's cultivation base? Could he have reached the second step like the North Xian Celestial Lord did? The others sucked in a breath of cold air in disbelief. That's possible. The 9 tribulation master of creation, who was addressed as Brother Long, nodded. Then this group of people will be in danger. The few of them looked at Ning Qi and the others with pity in their eyes. At the same time, thousands of thoughts flashed through Ning Qi's mind. Finally, he locked onto a clue. He took a serious look at Sage Yen and could not help but laugh out loud. Aren't you afraid of me? Why are you laughing? Venerable Yen smiled faintly and led everyone to land on the ground. When the passers-by saw this, they made way for them. Why should I be afraid of you? Ning Qi smiled. I'm afraid this person has an extraordinary background. Otherwise, how could he be so calm? However, apart from the North Xian Celestial Lord, who else in this world can compete with a second-step cultivator? Brother Long said to himself. How dare you? Kneel and greet our patriarch. The compassionate sailing sect cultivator shouted angrily. He's just a loser. There's no need to greet him. Ning Qi chuckled. You know me. Venerable Yen was stunned, and his heart suddenly trembled. However, he immediately regained his confidence. I'm a second-step cultivator now, and my cultivation level is one level higher than a human immortal's. I don't need to be afraid of him. Unfortunately, only he came back this time, and Master is not here. Otherwise, there would be two of me in this world. What's going on? Does Venerable Yen really know this person? Could it be that ancestor really knows this person? Not only were the Compassionate Voyage sect's disciples confused, but the passers-by nearby, including Brother Long and the other high-level creators, were also looking at Ning Qi in bewilderment. He's Ning Beixian. Ning Hongtian roared in his heart. However, he could only kneel there like a clown, unable to utter a single word. Dao Yen, I tossed you into the immortal prison back then, yet I never expected that you would be so tenacious. Not only have you survived until now, even your consciousness hasn't been destroyed. However, I'm very curious. How did you leave the immortal prison and return to this world? Ning Qi smiled and said, Dao Yen, Immortal Emperor? So it was him. Little Yuer Anzua Ling Er's eyes lit up. Wang Muting's body trembled, and she could not help but look at Jinren Yin a few more times. Before she was taken away by Jiang Yu, she was originally a heaven's pride of the Wang clan of the Azure Dragon mainland. She had long heard of the supreme expert of the central mainland, Dao Yen Celestial Emperor, and had even seen him from afar. However, compared to Jinren Yin, who looked like a small giant, Dao Yen Celestial Emperor looked much better. Now, he looked like a bandit, and his entire body was emitting a vigorous aura. De Guzi's lips curled up slightly. He had already understood Jinren Yan's intention. Jinren Yan had escaped from the immortal prison and coincidentally established his sect at the former site of the Qin and Tang dynasties. Wasn't this Sima Zhao's intention obvious to everyone? It's a pity that there's a path of life and a path of death, and he chose the path of death. He's made two mistakes in his life, and it's hard to say if he doesn't die today. De Guzi chuckled in his heart, and the way he looked at Jinren Yen was already filled with mockery. Dao Yen? The rest of the people did not understand, but Brother Long and the other masters of creation were slightly stunned when they heard the two words. Some memories from a long time ago surfaced in their minds. That's impossible. It can't be him. He was killed by North Xian Celestial Emperor. Wait, what did that guy say? He tossed Dao Yen into the immortal prison back then? Brother Long and the others were shocked, and they looked at each other in disbelief. Their gazes landed on Ning Qi and they became cautious. Are you curious? Jinren Yan's lips curled up into a cold smile. Before he could speak, Ning Qi suddenly slapped his head. That's right. There's been a huge change in the demon race recently, and it seems like the immortal prison is also involved. If I'm not wrong, the immortal prison should have disappeared. The heaven-destroying demon lord had integrated the demon race's mainland into one, and he had achieved this through the secret connection of the mainland fragments. The immortal prison had probably become a corner of the demon race's mainland again, and Dao Yen must have found a loophole due to this change, which was why he was able to escape back to the central mainland. However, his identity as a demon could not be changed. How did he know? Jinren Yen was shocked, and he felt a chill in his heart. Could it be that the other party had been watching him from the beginning? Don't try to be mysterious. My current cultivation has already reached the second step, and I'm much stronger than you at the human celestial stage. Ning Beixian, you have nowhere to run today. After I kill you, the central mainland will still be my world. Zhenren Yen sneered and said, Ning Beixian. What a familiar name! Wait a minute. Everyone's eyes gradually surged with a trace of astonishment. At the same time, they finally recalled the meaning of the word Dao Yen. Dao Yen, Celestial Emperor. Before the North Mystic Celestial Emperor was born, he was the real ruler of the central mainland. Ancestor is Dao Yen, Celestial Emperor. Unbelievable! The cultivators of the compassionate sailing sect were overjoyed, but the joy on their faces gradually faded, and they looked at Ning Qi seriously. Lu Feng, who was kneeling beside Ning Hongtian, was filled with regret and resentment. He knew that he had been tricked by Ning Qi. T. Don't kneel if your heart is clean. Second step. Ning Qi laughed. Dao Yen, do you think that you're my opponent now that you're at the Earth Demon stage? If you want a second step cultivator, I have many here. De Guzi, show him your cultivation. Yes. De Guzi, who was acting as the coachman, nodded and stood up slowly. His aura was rising continuously, and soon it surpassed the creation stage, then the human celestial stage, earth celestial stage, heaven's celestial stage, golden celestial stage, and finally Daluo golden celestial stage. However, the aura of a Daluo golden celestial was already very terrifying in this world, especially for an earth demon stage cultivator like Dao Yen. When he was enveloped by De Guzi's aura, his body trembled uncontrollably. Chapter 3278. What cultivation level is this? Ning Qi smiled. How about this? These two little sisters of mine have been with me since I was still the Dragon Slayer Marquis. They have been cultivating for a few thousand years, right? Ning Qi emphasized the words, a few thousand years. If you can defeat one of them, I'll let you leave alive today. A trace of humiliation flashed in Dao Yan's eyes. A few thousand years. He had been cultivating for several eras. Are you serious? Dao Yan was silent for a while before he squeezed out these words. Back then, as the lord of the central mainland, he was so mighty that everyone worshipped him, but now, patriarch? The compassionate sailing sect cultivators' faces were ashen. A trace of despair appeared on Lu Feng's face. He thought that the patriarch would be able to break Ning Qi's restrictive spell and let him regain his freedom. But now, even the patriarch had to beg for a chance of survival. No matter what the outcome was, he would definitely have to kneel here until he died. Thinking of this, Lu Feng was completely disheartened. Of course. Ning Qi smiled faintly. Let me do it. Zhuoling smiled and took a step forward. Everyone looked at Zhuoling beautiful and pure face and found it hard to imagine that she was also a cultivator at the second step. How can I be qualified to admire such a woman? Many people felt ashamed and did not dare to have any profane thoughts toward the two women. As expected of the North Mystic Celestial Emperor, even the people around him are so powerful. The North Mystic Celestial Emperor must have been doing very well in the celestial world. Brother Long and the rest were secretly envious. Boom. When Zhuoling took a step forward, Dao Yan's body suddenly moved, and his physical body expanded again. Starting from his neck, tumors grew one after another. In the blink of an eye, when he was about to punch Zhuoling he had already transformed into an ugly 3 feet tall giant. Dao Yan's Celestial Emperor actually ended up like this. Wang Muting could not help but sigh softly. Mother, he only has himself to blame. Ning Qi smiled. Wang Muting nodded. She had already heard the entire process of Ning Qi's rise in the central continent from the sacred concubine. Naturally, she knew what kind of role the Dao Yan Celestial Emperor played. When the cultivators of the compassionate sailing sect saw that Zhuoling was about to be hit by Dao Yan, they instantly became nervous. Could it be that Dao Yan was just bluffing? time seemed to slow down. Dao Yan's movements gradually froze in midair. He maintained the posture of swinging his fist, but his body could not move at all. Zwillinger gently raised a hand, and a wave of black and white gas intersected, enveloping the Dao Yan immortal emperor, creating the illusion that time had stopped. Ningqi looked at her in amusement. She was obviously imitating the scene when he used God's grace, but the similarity was only a little bit. Why, I can't even defeat a servant girl by his side? The Dao Yan immortal emperor's eyes were completely red, and he almost lost his mind under the combination of humiliation and humiliation. He was unable to understand why he, the son of heaven's mandate, had fallen to such a state. The cultivators of the Compassionate Voyage sect stared at the scene with their mouths agape. The onlookers who had already retreated were also dumbfounded, and their respect for Zwillinger deepened. Send him on his way. Ningqi smiled. Zwillinger nodded, and with a thought, a terrifying power instantly exploded. The Dao Yan immortal emperor's physical body and divine soul were completely annihilated by this power. Even the almighties of the Shenlua world could not save him. Spare us, North Mystic Celestial Emperor. We didn't know that he was Dao Yan. Demon. The few masters of creation from the Compassionate Sailing sect suddenly knelt down. They were just itinerant cultivators recruited by Dao Yan, and they had no relationship with Dao Yan. Since Dao Yan was defeated, they naturally betrayed the Compassionate Sailing sect. We were deceived by Demon Dao Yan. Please spare our lives, North Mystic Celestial Emperor, seeing that we haven't made a huge mistake yet. The few of them begged bitterly. Seeing this, the rest of the cultivators of the Compassionate Sailing sect looked at each other, and in the end, they all knelt down and begged for mercy. From now on, the Compassionate Sailing sect will no longer exist. Do you understand? Ningqi smiled. Yes, we understand. The few masters of creation hurriedly nodded. Let's go. Ningqi smiled faintly and waved his hand. Thank you, North Mystic Celestial Emperor. The few of them felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from their shoulders. They hastily bowed respectfully and turned around to leave. When the other cultivators from the Compassionate Voyage sect saw this, they also planned to leave with the few of them. However, De Guzi gently waved his sleeve, and a gust of celestial spiritual qi trapped the group of people, preventing them from moving. They can leave, but you guys are trained by Dao Yan's Celestial Emperor, so you don't have to leave. I'll send you down to accompany him, so that he won't be lonely on his journey. Ningqi smiled. Ah, North Mystic Celestial Emperor, spare us! Accompanied by a series of screams, except for the few masters of creation, almost all the people of the Compassionate Sailing sect were killed. Ningqi was not sure if anyone among them had obtained the true inheritance of Dao Yan, and if he wanted to take revenge in the future, it would be troublesome, so he directly killed them. Greetings, North Mystic Celestial Emperor. After being stunned for a few breaths, everyone knelt down. With Ningqi at the center, be it the cultivators or mortals from all directions, they all knelt together. Get up, all of you. Ningqi smiled gently. Thank you, North Mystic Celestial Emperor. As everyone stood up, they looked at Ningqi with excited eyes. They were able to see the legendary North Mystic Celestial Emperor with their own eyes in this lifetime, and even if they died in the future, they would have a story to tell about it for the future generations. Ningqi's gaze suddenly fell on Nangong Yuer, and when he saw her staring at Wang Muting without blinking, he moved his divine will slightly and removed the restriction on Nangong Yuer's body. Who would have thought that when Nangong Yuer found that she could suddenly move her body, she would get up and slap Ning Hongtian. This slap made Ning Hongtian's face turn red, and he was shocked and angry at the same time. Ning Hongtian, I've followed you for so many years, and what have I gotten? Today, when you saw this woman, you vomited blood, which means that you still can't let go of her. Fine, I'll embarrass you in front of her. Nangong Yu-er's hair was disheveled, and she looked like a mad woman. She cursed and slapped Ning Hongtian. Slap, slap, slap. Ning Hongtian's face was like a rainbow, changing colors. He stared at Nangong Yu-er and suddenly, he vomited a mouthful of blood. His head immediately lowered, and there was no longer any breath in his body. Dead? It's good that you're dead, it's good that you're dead. Nangong Yu-er laughed wildly, and then, before anyone could react, she hit her own head with her palm and died. Her corpse fell on Ning Long's body. Ning Long stared blankly at this scene, and a trace of sorrow suddenly appeared in his eyes. Mother, let's go, Ning Qi said lightly. Okay. Wang Muting seemed unwilling to watch this scene, and she got into the carriage. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Nights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.